Let's see if anybody shows up. Let's see if anybody shows up. I just had to turn off one of my most favorite songs to be here. So, come on, come on, come on, come on. So, explain to me how you guys get notifications on YouTube. How do you get them? I'm probably going to get a violation for saying that. I'm probably going to get a violation for saying that. Did I hear about TikTok's new terms of agreement? Yes. And that's why I'm solving my own problems. If y'all haven't figured out yet, my FYP is double trash. If y'all haven't figured out yet, I am not one to sit around and bitch about something. I am that person that will go and create some shit to solve my own fucking problem. I'm not dealing with this shit no more. No fucking mo. Y'all will see what happens. Y'all will see what happens real fucking soon. Did I turn on my notifications for what? You turn on your notifications. Oh, you mean over there? Y'all will see what I'm doing real fucking soon. Let me explain something to y'all. Okay? Psychologically, the reason they make all these changes to things is because they want to keep you discombobulated. They want to always keep us on a fucking roller coaster ride. So the longer we are discombobulated and confused and it just feels chaotic all the time, that's the goal. Hi. That's the motherfucking goal. They are doing exactly what they set out to do. Nothing with these motherfuckers happens by accident. The thing that gets black people in trouble every fucking time. Do y'all see that video that I posted about it's a trap? Telling y'all to mind y'all business? It's up to 205,000 views. I just checked before I came on the live. The point is, think of it biblically. You know how we're always taught to look out for traps and snares? We are always taught to look out for traps and snares. And who are the people that set the traps and the snares? Who are they? Yeah, they do the same thing over and over again because you know why somebody does something over and over and over again? Because we allow them to. Because it worked the first time and they're going to try it again. If you let a motherfucker shenan once, they are going to shenan again. If you let a motherfucker shenan once, they are going to shenan again. That's what it is. Because they are going to keep reusing the same old trick they have used again and again and again because it works again and again and again. So why do new tricks when the old tricks work? You got old tricks at home. You don't need new tricks. You got old tricks at home. Right? Because I'm gonna tell you why it works over and over and over again. Because a whole new crop of black people are born. Hi. Share the live, tap the screen, tell me where you guys are listening in from. Okay. Thank you, Lord. There's always a new generation of gullible ass black people to pull the same old tricks on again and again and again. My bear looks French, doesn't he? Lord, my bear looks French. The mistake we as old black Negroes make is that we don't hand down any of this fucking wisdom. It is my fucking job as the oldest bitch in the room to give y'all some old lady wisdom. Just so you can open your fucking eyes and pass that shit down to your fucking kids. Y'all just leave y'all kids out here in the world, don't teach them a goddamn thing. I've said that to my sister time and time again. Well, I just don't want them to have to do what I had to do with it. Bitch, you survived. Why you ain't give your girls some game? How come your girls don't know how to fucking finesse like your ass? How come they don't know? I am 50. I'll be 57 in a couple of weeks. The reason our kids don't know shit is because you so busy trying to give them a gentle life, the gentle life you did not have as a kid. That's why. You grew up hustling. You grew up trying to make ends meet. You grew up having to do all this nefarious shit. Scamming niggas and all kind, whatever the fuck, writing bad checks, whatever the fuck you had to do. And now you trying to keep that fucking past from your kids, and your kids around here stressing themselves the fuck out because you done told them they got to stay on the fucking straight and narrow, and they done learn how to think within a fucking box. They don't know how to create nothing. They don't know how to save themselves from drowning. They don't know how to finesse nobody. They don't know how to do none of that shit. None of that shit that have gotten black people over time and time and time again. Because you so busy trying to come off to your kids like you a good church girl, and you're just a good mom when you was out there hoeing your way through the centuries. Shut up. Teach your fucking girls how to have sex without catching feelings. No, you don't want that. You're a single mom with 3 daughters. Ain't got a daddy for near one of them, and you want them all to be married and be housewives and live a soft life and this, that, and the other. You better tell them girls how not to get trapped, how not to get the fuck caught up, how not to get bogged down with babies they don't want, all of that shit. That's your job. Share the live. This is how shit dies. Because you are so busy trying to cover up your fucking dirty past that you don't want to admit to your kids the hoe that you were. You should be out here trying to school your fucking kids. Back in the day when I used to suck dick, it used to be like blah, 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 blah. Why you ain't telling them? You think your kids is just going to walk through life thinking you ain't never sucked a dick? You think your kids are going to walk through life thinking you never had sex? I mean, what the hell? How did they get here? How did they get here? The stork? Y'all are so busy trying to cover up what the fuck you did in your teens and in your 20s that you are putting your kids on a fucking path that is going to lead them to being fucking stressed the fuck out by the time they hit fucking 30 because they think that they're supposed to be so fucking perfect. And your ass wasn't perfect. I've had these conversations with my sister all the time. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I remember my friend came here to visit, and she's got this 25-year-old daughter who's out here, doing her thing, ain't doing what her mama wants her to do. And I'm looking at her mama, who I went to high school with. That was, when I tell you, this girl was doing it all the time. The thing was, she was always very, very sneaky. So whenever her mom would find like a bottle top or some shit from a beer in the car, she would blame it on me. She would say, oh, Tracy was drinking beer. It was Tracy. Tracy did it. So when I came here to visit this summer and her daughter is off the fucking chain. When I tell you that her daughter's off the fucking chain, she's off the fucking chain. Can't stand my friend, hates her mom. So we're sitting out on my patio, and I'm just like trying to be family counselor to these motherfuckers. And finally I had to say to her daughter, it's better for you to go no contact. It's better for you to go no contact. Because every time you have some contact with my friend, she's stressed the fuck out. She having chest pains and all that shit. You are having all kinds of anxiety attacks and this, that, and the other. Stay the fuck away from each other. You obviously do not like each other. So why is it that you feel like you have to be in each other's presence because you are family? And when your mom invites you on these trips and you come and you make the trip horrible for her because of your antics, you're just being a selfish little bitch. You are being a selfish, attention-seeking little bitch. I told her into her face. She got all mad. Well, nobody talks to me like this. And I said, that's the fucking problem. Because I fight. Me too. My biracial best friend with her white mama is not going to fight. But I do. So what are we doing? We're already in my backyard. We got nothing but air and opportunity. What you want? No, Tracy, no. My friend. No, Tracy, no. So her daughter gets up and goes out to my front and sits out there and cries. Yeah. Because you telling a grown adult in their house that you fight because you don't like what the fuck they're saying to you, bitch, let's go. You want to act like a grown bitch on the street? We'll be two grown bitches on the street. Auntie or not. So all of this boils down to my friend trying to keep her hidden ways from her daughter and then holding her daughter at another standard. Every time I talk, I don't know what I'm going to do with Chrissy. Now, mind you, let me give y'all the real tea. Ooh, my tea is hot. Now, let me give y'all the real tea. The real tea is when I moved to D.C., in 1999, the first time, she met this guy when we were all out kicking it, right? And she made another plan to come down and visit me again. She was in Ohio. I was in DC because she wanted to see this dude. The voice, which is what I call my intuition because that's how it speaks to me. The voice wakes me up out of my sleep and says, tell Kim not to have sex with that guy because she is going to get pregnant. Four o'clock in the morning. I call Kim at 4 o'clock in the morning because what am I? If I am nothing else, I am obedient to the spirit. I said, Kim, now mind you, all my friends know the voice. They have experienced me saying things before they happen several times. So they know when I say the voice told me, they know it's some shit. They're always like, oh, here he comes. They know. So I said, Kim, the voice said, and she's like, oh, shit. I said, well, the voice said not to have sex with Bob because you're going to end up pregnant. And she was like, for real? For real. What did she do? Say it with me. Had sex with Bob. Now, fast forward, you know who Bob is today? Bob is a MAGA supporter. Hi. Bob is a black MAGA supporter. Bob took her through so much shit that my friend, hi, Miss Angie, that my friend, he would hit on her when she moved him to her place in Columbus. What else he do? I don't know if he ever cheated on her. They broke up. He takes her to courts. They go back and forth to court. I don't know how many times. Finally, the judge says that they get joint custody of the daughter. She lives in Atlanta. He lives in Maryland, and she has to fly back and forth and take her daughter for visitations. For 18 years. For 18 years. They despise each other. I don't know if they've ever even talked in the past few years. I don't even know if they've ever talked in the last decade. Despise each other. He's sitting up being a black MAGA supporter. Loud too. And they have this 25-year-old daughter that doesn't like her. Out here, they came out here for their family reunion. Y'all remember that? Because I was also sick then too. They came out here for their family reunion. They couldn't even find her. She out wandering the street at 4 o'clock in the morning. My friend up at 4 o'clock in the morning in her bathrobe, wandering through the fucking resort that they were in. She done turned her phone off and done left and is out wandering around Las Vegas drinking by herself. Didn't come in till the next morning. My friend's frantic. Then the next day, they get into an argument. They had to call the police. Because she tearing shit up. All of this, when they came to visit me, you know how you be reminiscing about shit and you giggling and you kikiing and shit? And her daughter's sitting there, and I had said something about Kim in high school, and my friend was like, shh. I said, what? Because her son is 17 and kind of on the spectrum. And her daughter is 25, sitting in my house, hungover, and I had to give her some food just so she could get her shit together because she's sitting in my house hung the fuck over. And my friend doesn't want me talking in front of these grown-ass kids about who she used to be and also her husband. We have all done things that we are ashamed of, right? We have all done some things that we have had to learn lessons from. But those could be very integral teaching moments for your kids. But because you are so ashamed of what you have done, you do not want to give your kids your tale as a precautionary tale. When That is the reason the shit happened. The shit happened to teach you a lesson. And then one day, as your kids are at the age where they need to know this information, you should be sharing that information with them. Listen, when I was 15, I did that shit. And what had happened was bop bop whoop whoop. And what I learned from that is to not do this. What I learned was to do that. But you're so busy. You so busy out here trying to cover up your past. Now you leaving your kids out here to figure it out on their own. So how is that parenting? How is that parenting? You are not preparing your kids for what they are ultimately going to encounter. This is why this generation hates some fire, love the sweater. Thank you. I got it off a TikTok shop. Thank you. Y'all think that it's better for you to try to be friends with your kids, but I challenge you to think of yourself as an auntie. When you think of yourself as an auntie, you are way less judgmental of your kids because in your mind they're not your kids. They're your nieces and nephews. So when you are trying to guide your kids, the position that you should take is that of an older sister, an older brother, or an auntie or an uncle. And also, here's the key: never act shocked. Whenever I used to have conversations with Jordan, he would be telling me some shit, and my mind would be like, what the fuck? Oh my fucking God. My mind is literally screaming, and my face is like, for real? Okay. Maybe not how I want to handle it, but I see where you're going with it. I get it. My mind is like, oh my fucking God, my child, my baby. The minute you come off as being judgmental or shocked by anything that they tell you, that's the last time they're going to tell you anything. I love you too. You can notice that when you're talking to friends, because every one of y'all has one of those judgmental friends that no matter what you tell them, they're like, I can't believe you did that. And you're like, bet. I'm never telling this bitch another thing ever. Because nobody likes to be judged. My children know a lot of my struggles with the stories that I give, understanding my generations. Yes, we have to keep these things alive because this is the only way that we are going to hit our kids to all of the traps and snares that are out there. Because white folks are laying traps and snares every day to get your kids in prison, have them working manual labor jobs. It is absolutely the same story, different time. Everything that we went through as kids, our parents went through as kids, their parents went through as kids, their parents went through as kids. That's it. It just looks a little different because of technology, where you're living now, but the situations are always the same. They're always the same. If you can get past the superficiality of the surface shit, underneath it's all the same shit over and over and over again. I'm telling you, that's how they get us. Tap the screen, share the live, comment. Why y'all not commenting on YouTube? This is why I be talking. This is what I be talking about. We got to get more people on these lives because these people need to hear what I'm saying. Not because I'm an arrogant bitch, but because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Giving gems, my kids think I'm a witch. They should think you're a witch. And they also should think you're crazy. they also should think you're crazy. They should think you're the craziest person on the planet. You said you've been busy doing research? Good. I love when people do research. Love, 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 love. Type in the comments on YouTube, okay? Type in the comments here. So what I wanted to come on here, I've been coming on here off the fly lately. Well, you just wait until you figure out, listen, if y'all want to support me, go get the books today. Go and get the digital downloads that are on my page. I'm not just on here asking y'all to send shit to my Cash App. I give you something for your donations or your money. I give you your fucking money's worth. I just don't be sitting up on TikTok like, oh, yeah, my Cash App is such and such and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give your ass a book, a list, something you can fucking use. Click the link on my page. Download your Life by Type books, your new cookbook, your new list, foods list, the new book, The Hidden Cost of Being Black in America. They're all there. Go get them. Y'all always talking about y'all support me. I need y'all to start supporting me with your money. I'm not taking hugs anymore as support. I'm not taking none of that shit as support anymore because y'all motherfuckers are the same people that will go and support or a bitch eating more than she should be eating. Y'all will sit and watch a motherfucker gorge themselves and gluttony, and send all kinds of gifts and all kinds of crazy shit. I be seeing it. But the person giving you life-altering information, thanks, Mama Trey. Nah, thank me with money. Because when I tell y'all that the only vacation I get is few hours I get to go sleep. Where I'm at right now, y'all can't even begin to imagine what I'm doing right now, what I'm creating right now, that I had to stop doing to come on here and talk to y'all. I'm not even going to tell you until it's up and running. I'm not even going to tell you what it is until it's ready to go. But it'll be ready by the end of the week. I still haven't finished editing those books. You know why it's so hard for me to get into editing those books? Is because there's so much more information. The information is endless. It's fucking endless. This book I see is Black AF History. I have that book. But my book is also on there. My book is in my stand store. It's not in my showcase. It's in my stand store. My showcase is all the stuff that's on TikTok. But my stand store is the link there. That's where all the books are. Y'all want some more information today? Y'all want some more information today? I saw a very interesting, remember the other day when we were talking about the foods that the Afro-Indigenous were eating before the colonizers came? Remember when we were talking about that? And I told you all about the three sisters, which is beans and squash and maize and all of that. Hi, Miss Rebecca. I saw this. Hi. It's Mama Trey Wilbon. Okay. It's Mama Trey Wilbon. Hi. So thank you. Oh, this is just my loft. But thank you, Daddy D. It's just my everyday loft. I would say that this loft belongs to the dogs. So hold on. I saw this video today that literally broke down the 30 recipes or the 30 foods that have become the staple items in soul food. Because remember, for a long time, I used to tell y'all all the time, soul food is the oppressor's diet. And I don't think that y'all really paid attention to that when I was saying that. It's Mama Trey Wilbon, WILB as in boy, ON. One word. Okay. But y'all do know y'all can just search Mama Trey and it'll come up. Okay. The culture, the food culture that we call soul food was created by the colonizers. Okay. Because what I told you guys, we should have way more people on this live than 93. So I need y'all to share and tap and comment. I don't give a fuck what you put in the comments. I don't care. But just keep commenting until the numbers go up. Okay. So what had happened was, FYF apparently is the new thing for your feed. That's what they say. So here we are being metabolically healthy, minding our business. Everything's working the way it's supposed to work, right? And no high blood pressure, no diabetes, no nothing. Hey, mean lady, I missed you. That's fine. I'm only mean to people that have insecurities and low self-esteem. Everyone else is cool. So before they came, we were perfection. Chef's kiss, right? We had our own farming culture. We had our own food. We had our own systems. We had all of our own shit. And then they came, right? So what happened was, once they came, they destroyed our farming systems, which then messed up our food sources. So we went from eating healthy and the way that our bodies need. I need minerals. Do you have a mineral supplement? Yes, it's called Ultra. So we were eating, it's called Ultra Mineral Complex. You just drop it in your water. So we were eating the way our bodies were designed to work. You said, I love Mama Trey and I'm white. White people, a lot of white people love me. Y'all gonna have to stop that. Black people have been trained that we're supposed to love white people, but y'all are very leery about loving black people, which is funny to me. We've had to love white people all our fucking lives. We've had to love y'all all our lives, no matter what you do, no matter what you say. We have been put in positions and pressured to love you. Haven't we? We've been taught to walk on eggshells and all kinds of stuff. So we had all the minerals and nutrients our bodies needed, right? So here's what y'all need to understand, and I'll reiterate what we were talking about the other day. Our bodies adapted. No matter where you are in the world, after centuries of being in that environment, your body is going to adapt to that environment. From the climate to the food sources to how much you're bathing to whatever it is, all of your body adapts to all of this. It is not all of this that adapts to your body. It is the other way around. So the genetics that we are walking around with today are the same genetics that our ancestors had 400 years ago. Okay, you said I'm trying to adapt to this cold. That's why I don't live over there. That's why I live over here. So the genetics that we're walking around with today, if those genetics were uninterrupted by the colonizer, we would still have those genetics that we had years ago. But as it stands, Black people in America right now, genetically, because you'll go to the doctor and you'll say, oh, well, why? I don't understand why I have diabetes. I don't understand why I have this. And what does he say? Genetics. Okay. You have to understand that genetics are a moving goalpost at all times. Genetics are not set in stone. DNA is not set in stone. Epigenetics are not set in stone. Every traumatic thing that happens to you gets imprinted on your cells. Everything. Your body keeps receipts of every single situation that happened in your life and past lives and ancestors' lives. It's all still in our nervous systems to this day. Okay. So that is what is at the roots of Black people having all of these diseases, is because we were put in a position to be starved. Okay. I'm just drinking carrot juice. It's carrot juice. So when the colonizers came and destroyed our food sources, they starved us, and they used starvation as a weapon. Okay. That's why when you look around at all these genocides and all this other stuff, you will notice this famine. You will notice that cutting off their food is the number one thing that they do to make you compliant. I hate to hear the words it's hereditary, but it's true. It is. If we do not break the cycle, and if we do not reset our nervous systems, then your kids are going to have the same issues. That's a fact. The doctors aren't lying to you. They don't tell you the whole truth. He said, I love you too, White. Hi, Whiteys. Thanks for loving me. That's what's happening. So my son is wired for stress because his mother is wired for stress. And as a blood type AB, we are naturally higher stressed. Blood type B has their own level of stress. But because of the stress that I had, that was definitely passed down to him. There's a lot of shit that your kids are going through today. Don't you hate when your kids are you to you? Not telling the full truth is a lie. Exactly. Thank you for buying the book. Everybody else need to go buy a book today too. Go buy a book. Go buy a book. $20. You're going to spend $20 doing some shit that you ain't supposed to be doing. Go get the books. Okay. It is also in utero. The reason that Black babies have lower birth weights is because our ancestors were starved back in the day. The reason why Black women have more maternal mortality is because we were starved back in the day. So how did our bodies adapt? The number one thing that adapted was our kidneys. Now, y'all know that you can go days without eating and not die, right? Y'all can go days without eating and you will not die. But what you cannot do is go days without water and not die. You could just literally live on water because your body will feed on the stored fat, right? So what did our bodies adapt to? because we were not only being starved, but we were also cut off from fresh water. That's how diabolical they were. They didn't just take away our food. They took away our food and our fresh drinking water. You said your daughters are you, part 1 and part 2 and part 3. Yep. Okay. So what happened was our bodies, because your body is going to do whatever it needs to do to survive. Remember, your body is going to do whatever it needs to do to continue living. So when our bodies realize that these are the tactics that are being employed on us, when they realize, when our body is like, okay, well, now we got to get used to starving, and now we got to get used to not having water. So what is it that we need to do in order to save ourselves? So over the years, our bodies adapted to those conditions, because even if we were living on the plantation, food was still used as a weapon. They were also rationing it out. And thirdly, they were giving us foods that our bodies were not used to, not because they wanted to keep us healthy, but because they wanted to keep us working. So we went from a diet of fully nutritious, fresh foods, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit, fresh protein, fresh water, to salted meats and carbohydrates. And those salted, be careful. And those salted meats and carbohydrates is also what's at the root of our soul food to this day. How did that impact our bodies? It caused our kidneys to retain salt. So the person the other day said, well, Barbara O'Neill says we need to put a little salt in our water. Barbara O'Neill is a white woman from Australia. Barbara O'Neill needs sodium in her water because she doesn't have it in her kidneys. We already have it in our kidneys. So when Barbara O'Neill gives you advice, you as a Black person should not be heeding it at all. They damn near fall down them steps. I know you like her. I get it. But we already have the required amount of sodium living in our kidneys already because of adaptation. This is why we have high blood pressure more than any other group by ×3. This is why we are at the top of the kidney replacement list. This is why we are on dialysis. When have you seen a white person on dialysis? If you see a white person in a dialysis center, somewhere in their lineage, there's a nigga. They may look white bright, but it's not all white. There's some negra in there somewhere. It don't matter how much y'all be trying to pass. Your body will tell on you every time. I had a roommate when I was in hair school, when I was 18. And if y'all think Mariah Carey looks white, this girl, you would have known that this girl was Black in any way, shape, or form, other than the fact she had sickle cell. She just looked like a dirty, blonde white woman. with sickle cell. So when she told me she had sickle cell, and I'm looking at her, I was like, so which one of your parents is black? Oh my God. We need to find a way to use AI to create appropriate laws to protect us from these atrocities. Well, they're going to be in the new book. They're going to be in the both sides of the whip book. I got you, Miss Wendy. I got you. I already got you. I told y'all I don't be giving y'all books without solutions. I don't just be giving you books of information to piss you off. I'm giving you books of information so that you can cover your ass. I'm giving you books of information that give you solutions. Urban planning is not my lane, so I'm not in it. But you do it. Okay? My great-great-grandmother was a black lady and my father was on dialysis, and I'm headed that way. Not if we have anything to do with it, you will not be headed that way. You need to go and get my foods list. Miss Rhonda, are you new here? You must be. You need to go and get the foods list, and you need to go and get your health guide on my page right now. We're going to keep you off of that, honey. Yes, and please rebuke that. I don't give a fuck what these doctors tell you. Rebuke it. You are not headed nowhere. You are not. Y'all don't. I used to tell y'all this all the time. You have to not keep repeating all these things. That's why when I talk about my congestive heart failure, I literally only talk about it on these lives as a point, as to making a point. Basically a point of reference. But I don't be going around like, oh, I have congestive heart failure. Oh, I have congestive heart failure. Yes, I got congestive heart failure. I have congestive heart failure, Miss Rhonda, and I've never felt better in my life. If you were not told to stop eating all salt in all of your food, then your doctors know that you're headed for this kidney failure. They are setting you up for that. If they did not tell you to completely eliminate all salt and foods that are high in potassium, then they are setting you up to be on dialysis. I have a rare form of bone marrow cancer. You just gonna keep on talking it up, huh? And I have this, and I have that, and I have this, and I have that, and I have. How you know? I diagnosed myself with congestive heart failure before the doctor did. I told my son, I think I have congestive heart failure before I ever went to the doctor. And when they tell you are a cancer patient, because they tried to get me with that shit in 2006. They tried to get me with that. They are going to milk you for every single thing you got. So my question is, how'd you get it? Our bodies are triggered by the foods. These diseases are triggered by the foods that we're eating, right? So let me break this down for you. We are born, as Black people, we are born with a higher level of sodium in our kidneys. Okay, which means we should never have been eating foods with salt, never cooking with salt, never eating processed foods with salt, because we already have the sodium in our bodies that our body needs to function. Sodium is an essential mineral in our bodies. Okay. You said you couldn't get it to download, but you got it down good. Okay. So sodium is an essential mineral that our bodies need, right? Here's the trap. Soul food, which they told us is how we're supposed to be eating. Even though we haven't been on the plantation in over 100 years, we're still eating the same way we were eating on the plantation too. All of the processed foods that you guys eat today are overloaded with sodium. And remember, processed foods, salt is a preservative. Just like when we were on the plantation, salt was used to preserve meat. Salt to this day is still used as a preservative in just about all the processed foods you buy. Even if you look at a lot of the meats, it will still have salt on the label. If you look at turkeys, right? I use turkey as an example because that's what I'm supposed to be eating as a blood type A. Turkeys have 220 milligrams of sodium per 3 ounces of turkey. We bake whole turkeys all the time because that's what we feed the dogs. And that's what I feed myself. Okay? I don't like white meat. They love white meat. So the deal is they eat all the white meat. I eat all the dark meat. But Jordan and I have figured out that the turkey tastes better with no salt on it. All we do is add herbs, rosemary, thyme, some garlic. I don't even think we put garlic on it. The main thing that we use is garlic, is rosemary and thyme, because that also is beneficial to the dogs. That rosemary and thyme brings out the flavor of that turkey, and it tastes like we have put salt on it. And this is why I advise y'all, when you're cooking, don't use salt while you are cooking. But people consider salt to be the seasoning, right? They always put salt as a seasoning. You have to start thinking of salt as a mineral, not a seasoning. Your body, your black body, does not need that mineral. You already have it. Rosemary and thyme on anything will bring out the flavor. I have a big old thing of rosemary and thyme like this, in this wide, that you would get from like the restaurant place. That's in my cabinet right now. You just ate some pepperoni pizza and that sodium. Exactly. So when you are eating out, you don't know how much sodium is in the food that you're getting at the restaurant. You literally just put on your steak. So you don't know what you're getting. This is where you need to be very conscious of all the food that you eat. And it has to be food according to your blood type. This is what got me in trouble. I'm a blood type AB. This can also get blood type A in trouble. So pay attention. We are blood type AB and A, and we benefit from a lot of seafood and also tofu. The way to make tofu bearable on your blood type A, well, this explains a lot, Miss Rhonda. I'm talking to you right now. We're going to get the plant lights right here on TikTok. Okay? Before you get the plant lights, go and get a book. I'm telling y'all right now, go get my books. I don't just be writing these books for my health. I be writing these books for your health. I already have the information. Before I was eating according to my blood type, I was never eating tofu and fish and all that. So I was eating salmon, the typicals. But as a blood type A, we cannot have any meat at all, right? Our bodies don't process meat well because we do not have enough stomach acid to break down meat. Miss Rhonda, do you eat meat? Do you eat meat? You are doing everything that you are supposed to do to end up in dialysis. How you can predict that you're headed that way is because you're doing exactly what you need to do to be on dialysis. Problem solved. How do you turn this around? Here's the interesting thing about the kidneys. Kidneys can totally regenerate. Kidneys can totally regenerate. So when y'all be like, oh, I gotta go get my kidneys removed now, I'll be like, okay. What you need to do is to start today. Okay. By starting today, that means throwing out everything in your house that's processed and to immediately stop eating meat. When you, as a blood type A, are eating meat, that puts a lot of stress on your organs because your body is trying to process something it was never designed to process. Hi, thank you. So now you are causing more stress on your organ. You're eating salt, which is putting stress on your organ. Okay. And all of these things need to stop today. You're going to be, if you follow this, I promise you, it's only going to be a few weeks and you're going to be fine. But if you keep going down this path that you're on, that your doctor done put you on, you're going to be at the dialysis center. He's fine. He's over there because the window's open. You're going to be at the dialysis center. And that's what they're counting on. Y'all have to remember, they have to have bodies in order to run these centers. So they are not going to tell you the truth. There he is. He's guarding us. So what do we need to eat? There is a Whole Foods list on my page. Download the foods list into your phone. Okay. Go to my page, click my name right here at the top. When the white thing pops up, hit my face. It takes you off the live into my page. Click the Stand Store link. That will give you all the books. It will give you the food list. It will give you everything that you need to turn your health around. So you will need to get your foods list. You will then need to get your health guide. And specifically, Miss Rhonda, the health guide will break down. It has a kidney section, a chronic kidney disease section. It has a section for diabetes. It has a section for chronic kidney disease, one for heart disease, and one for high blood pressure. Okay. So your section will have everything that you need to know about kidney disease. And it will also give you all the numbers that you should be striving for in improving your condition. And then in the back of the book, there are all of these tracking pages where you can document your journey and record your numbers and watch as they improve. I took care of everything for you. I'm an O, and you got your book and your list. You changed my life, and that's the real. Oh, yay! It makes me feel good. Okay, that makes it all worthwhile. So let me tell y'all some new information. Okay, so I saw this video today. I was going to repost it, but what I'm going to do, I'm not going to because it's so freaking long. It's like 47 minutes long. So what I am going to do though is to transcribe it, because it was so dead on what we had just talked about the other day about these foods. But let me just tell you how I went down this rabbit hole. You need to restock your Sharp. You better go get it today, because that's one of the products I am never without. I got to order some more chill tonight for Jordan, and then I'm going to start taking my chill again this week. I started back on my Nitro Flow. Let me tell y'all what was going on. I was feeling a little fatigued. Like, even though I had had enough rest, I still just felt like fatigued. Just not overly tired, but just I could take a nap. And anybody got time for that. So what I figured is going on, and I figured correctly, is that my blood is not pumping through my body the way that it needs to. You know, that's what congestive heart failure is, right? So I need to, and because I'm going through menopause, when our bodies are going through menopause and we're losing estrogen, it makes our arteries and veins stagnant. It makes them not be able to open and close with ease. So I started back on my NitroFlow. As a blood type AB, something that is very, very, very beneficial to blood type AB is nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is found in beets. Okay. So something that is highly beneficial for us is nitric oxide, and that's what NitroFlow is. They are nitric oxide capsules. So I started taking that in the past couple of days. Yeah, your arteries and veins are supposed to constrict and dilate naturally, but estrogen controls that. This is why a lot of women going through menopause end up with heart issues, because our arteries and veins are not dilating the way that they have been dilating before we went into menopause. Thank you for dropping so much knowledge. How did you learn so much information? Miss Lisa, I read everything. I read a lot. And for me, I retain a lot of shit. I don't even know why. It doesn't make sense to me to retain something and then and then when something happens, I automatically already know it because I've retained it from 5 years ago, and I don't even know why. There's a lot of shit I don't retain. Like, I don't remember what I did yesterday. But I also that as individuals, there are just things that we're supposed to be doing. And this is my lane, because trust me, I am in no way, shape, or form an expert in any other thing but this. I'm good at other stuff, but there's nothing else. And plus, I also enjoy it. And this is what I keep trying to impress upon you guys. You need to start paying attention to what it is that you are good at and what it is you like, and find a way to monetize it. I am not good at everything. You know, the word I would use for me and everything is I'm competent. I'm competent at a lot of shit. But I am not an expert at any other thing but this. And I think it just has to do with this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's why I just lean into it. It is my passion. It just excites me. There's so much shit I could be doing right now. And I was just like, I really need to go and tell them this information. I just threw these little sweatsuit on. I was like, let me go talk to these people. Because it just excites, it excites me to teach you guys this stuff. Now, I probably should have been a teacher, but if I were a teacher in a room with a bunch of kids and their energy, I probably would have quit. You say you love this preppy look. Thank you. So let me tell you what I discovered today. You know, I fired up Kimmy today because I was just curious about a few things. And you know, Kimmy is very Kimmy, you know how you have a friend don't have no cut cards? It's a gift from God. I don't question it, ma'am. I just do not question it, Miss Peggy. It just is what it is. Y'all know how y'all got this friend? Y'all know how you got a friend? You always have one friend that don't have no cut cards. They don't ever try to sugarcoat shit. Or you might be if you don't have that friend, then it's probably you. That's Kimmy. My other AIs will be trying to find ways to make it nice and make it presentable. Kimmy's just like, here's the info. Just wrong. So I asked Kimmy to explain the Fugitive Slave Act. Do y'all know what the cut cards means? It's just slang for grace. That's how you should think about it. You know how people be giving people grace? Or how people be looking for a way to make something sound nice when they could just be giving it to you raw and straight up? So cut cards would be like you just talking straight up. If you don't have no cut cards, it means that you are just, I'm giving it to you raw. I don't give a fuck if it hurts your feelings or not. No filter. Good job, Wendy. I knew you'd come up with it. That's what it means. No filter. So if you don't have that friend, then it's probably you. Where can I train an AI? An AI becomes trained the longer you spend with it. Straight no chaser. An AI becomes trained the more time you spend with it, the more questions you ask it, and the more things that you tell it about yourself. So then after a while, it gets to know you. And so then when it's providing answers or solutions to your problems and things like that, they take the information that they know about you and then they position it in a way just specifically for you. Just start with ChatGPT. Just ChatGPT. That's where everybody should start. And then once you master ChatGPT, then if you think you need some more, if you need one that's above that does more than that, then that's when you move on to another one. Invest at least 15. Yeah, you got to invest at least 15 minutes a day with your AI. Ask it something every day. Or tell it something about yourself every day. That's how you train it. It's like training a dog. You're just going to buy a dog and just let it just walk, do whatever it wants to do around the house? You're going to teach the dog how to go outside and use the bathroom. I was watching a black conservative tonight, and she didn't even know the amendments of the Constitution. Neither do the white ones. Kristi Noem doesn't know them because she was in the damn, the free version's okay. She was in a congressional hearing and didn't know them. Y'all be shocked when black people don't know shit, but white people don't know that shit either. When the water dries up, we drinking you for me. I heard that Bovino is gone. I hope he gets to keep his little outfit. He liked that little Hugo Boss Nazi knockoff, didn't he? He liked that. Hey, Steve. He liked that little Hugo Boss knockoff suit he was wearing, didn't he? What exactly did he get fired for, though? I didn't get into it. You look totally different without that hair. You look totally different without that hair. Okay. You would look totally different without hair, too. Are you okay? Are you okay? Okay. What did he get fired for though? I didn't have time to read the article. I saw that he was out. So yeah. People are weird. So the Fugitive Slave Act. Do you guys know what the Fugitive Slave Act is? Is you cool? The fugitive. I thought you had cut your hair when I saw that. No, it's just back there. Just another wig. Y'all know I will throw on a wig in a heartbeat. Why? Because I don't have time to be fucking around with no natural hair. It's under there. Y'all going that's the thing. As long as my natural hair is attached to my natural head, why does it matter? This is decoration. Like you would fucking decorate your Christmas tree. Would y'all just have a big ass bald Christmas tree at your house with no bulbs and tinsel and shit on it? No, you put some goddamn decorations on that shit. The fuck? Focus. The Fugitive Slave Act was a pair of federal laws, first in 1793 and then drastically strengthened in 1850, that required the capture and return of enslaved people who escaped to free states. So if you were a slave and you made it to the North, they made a law that said your ass must be returned. Mm-hmm. So the key points. Hi, hey, Mr. Ellen. So the key points is eating. Oh, go get your foods list. Please be careful with that glass straw. I saw on TikTok where it landed this lady in the. Oh, I will. Jordan talks to me about that all the time, about the glass straw in my glass cup. Constitutional basis. Excuse me. The U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 2, included a fugitive slave clause stating that escaped enslaved people must be returned to their owner, even if they fled to free states. Number 2, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793. It gave enslavers the right to reclaim escaped enslaved people across state lines. So even if you made it to freedom, they made a law that said you must be returned to where you escaped from. Then it imposed a $500 fine on anyone who helped a fugitive or interfered with their capture. Yeah, slave catchers are modern day police, the slave patrols. It's all in the new book. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, part of the Compromise of 1850. I need to put that. Wait, hold on. Let me put that in because I need to know what that is. This is how I go down rabbit holes. What is the quote Compromise of 1850 in quotes, question mark. Boop, 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 boop. So while that's happening, look. In short, the Compromise of 1850 was the last tourniquet before the arterial bleed of the Civil War. It postponed conflict for 10 years while guaranteeing the next one would be bloodier. So let's go back to where we left off. Now that we know what that means, part of the Compromise of 1850, this version was far harsher. Federal marshals and local officials, y'all pay attention and see how that shit is happening right now. Federal marshals and local officials were required to help capture fugitives. Yes, I know, Shanice, I know. So, what does that look like today? Who's out here doing that today? Frozen water. Citizens could be fined $1,000 and jailed for 6 months for aiding escapees. Clock it. Commissioners were paid $10 if they ruled someone was a fugitive, but only $5 if they ruled they were free, creating a financial incentive to return people to slavery. Anybody, the commissioner could just say anybody was a slave. And they would get paid $10. If the commissioner said that you were a free person, they would only get paid $5. So which one do you think the commissioner was going to do? Which one do you think he was going to do? This is how 12 years a slave. This is the story. You had a whole free man. And they went and snatched him up. Agent told dude, you raise your voice, I'll erase your voice. What? You raise your voice, I'll erase your voice. And when he says that, he means that, and he will get away with it. Because this is no different than the Casual Killing Act of 1669, where if they happen to kill you within the course of correction, they are not held accountable. The impact of this: Northern outrage. Many free states saw the law as forcing them to be complicit in slavery. Resistance states passed personal liberty laws to protect free Black citizens and hinder enforcement. Escalation. The law inflamed sectional tensions, pushing the U.S. closer to civil war. Student plan to walk out at high school in your area. They're doing it out here. I just saw that today. The students are walking out here, and should they do it? So the example, in 1851, so when Black American leaders going to declare slavery as a crime against humanity. So when are they? Never. Because anybody that they have deemed a leader is paid off. Anybody that white people have deemed a leader is in some way, shape, or form usable to them. That is why they killed all of our leaders. They're the ones that made these leaders in our community. Our community didn't say that's our leader and he represents our voice. They said those people were our leaders and they represent our voice. When did we decide on leaders? They gave us leaders. that they could use and manipulate. And the minute they weren't not being able to manipulate them anymore, they erased them. So the leaders that you see today, the reason that they are still alive today is because they are cooperating. If Farrakhan had any power, he would have been dead a long time ago. If Al Sharpton had any power, he would have been dead a long time ago. The only reason they didn't kill Muhammad Ali is they would have made him a martyr. So they found a way to shut him up. The only reason they did not kill Muhammad Ali is because he would have been a martyr. And they didn't want any more of those because he was too militant to make into a martyr. Sharpton has been wearing a wire since wires were made. Farrakhan ain't take out nobody. I used to go to Farrakhan rallies. Okay. Farrakhan is great for making good videos and little snippets of what he's saying, but where's the power? They don't take out anybody that they don't fear. If they didn't take them out, they don't fear them. Because again, they know our power before we know our power. And how do you silence someone? Well, let's use Muhammad Ali as an example. Muhammad Ali was the mouth from the South. That man is going to talk about it. He is going to talk. So what did they do? They took away his voice and still left him here with all of those. I can't think of anything. I cannot think of one thing more cruel than what they did to him. Not by accident. I can't think of anything more cruel. You silence somebody with that brain and that eloquence and that ability to talk and move people. He had to be silenced. The cruelty part is he gets to now stay alive for all of these decades in silence, seeing what is happening to his people, witnessing what is going on and not being able to speak on it. Don't y'all always say that cruelty is the point? Not today, Fats. I don't care. I left the window open for you to go and bother somebody else. So hold on. In short, no, don't come over here. Hey. Go. In 1851, Thomas Sims, an escaped enslaved man in Boston, was captured under the 1850 Act. Despite public outcry, he was returned to slavery in Georgia, sparking massive protests and deepening Northern opposition to the law. So in short, the Fugitive Slave Act were legal tools of slavery's expansion, forcing free states to participate in the capture and return of freedom seekers, and they became a flashpoint in the national conflict over slavery. Who are you saying was in silence? Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. So then I wanted to know, what are the slave codes? We always hear about the slave codes, right? But we don't know specifically what they are. The Black Codes, a state by state snapshot in 1865 to 1866. The codes shared one goal: replace slavery with a new system of racial control and bound Black labor. Below are the most notorious provisions quoted or summarized from 1865 and 1866 session of laws. Number one, Mississippi, the Vagrancy and Tax Act. This was in November of 1865. Every freedman must possess written proof of employment each January. Absence of papers equals vagrancy. When you are charged with vagrancy, you are then thrown in prison. And what does the 13th Amendment say? The 13th Amendment says that slavery is over unless you are a criminal. So if you, as a Black person, did not find employment and carry papers proving your employment, you were arrested and thrown in prison for vagrancy. And then what did they turn around and do? Rented you out. They leased you out to the same plantations you were just freed from. Like Rent-A-Center. Vagrants could be fined $150, jailed for 10 days, or hired out to anyone who paid the fine. So somebody came up and said, I'll pay his $150 fine. Now I got to come work at my plantation. Former masters got first choice. You were freed. They arrest you for vagrancy. They contact your former slaver. The former slaver pays the $150 fine, and you are back at the same plantation again. Failure to pay the new freedmen's tax was prima facie evidence of vagrancy. A sheriff could auction the person's labor to collect the tax. You back up on the auction block for somebody in the audience to pay your tax, and you got to go back to the plantation. This is in Mississippi. In South Carolina, Labor and Apprentice Act, this was December of 1865. Black residents could legally work only as farmers or servants unless they bought an annual license costing $10 to $100. They told you what professions you could be in. If you couldn't afford to be in that profession, you could only be a servant or a farmer. Did I know about canning meats and vegetables? Canning's been around for centuries. Anti-enticement. There's an anti-enticement clause. Anyone offering higher wages to a contracted Black worker was subject to fines and damages. So you could not, they would not offer you higher wages somewhere else. You know how you'll quit your job because this one is paying you more money? You're doing the same job, but this one is going to pay you higher wages? It was against the law. So they wanted you to work for as little as possible. Orphans or children whose parents were deemed unable to support them could be bound by courts as apprentices to white planters until age 21 for the boys and age 18 for the girls. Let me get this straight. Orphans or people whose parents they deemed unable to support them were bound by the courts to work for these random people until they turned 21 as a man and 18 as a girl. For free. That was in South Carolina. In Alabama, town vagrancy ordinances from 1865 to 1866. Town councils could arrest the vagrant and idle and put them into useful employment as punishment. You couldn't just be idly standing by. You need to constantly be fucking working. Because the minute they see your ass not working, you're arrested for being idle. Remember that Black pregnant woman that was whipped because she was standing by? She was standing idly by. She was just standing there for a second, probably catching her breath or getting a little bit of rest or something, dealing with a cramp. That's exactly the way it is now. Tuskegee ordinances. Failure to possess a business license or pay taxes equals a fine of $50 or 30 days in jail or 40 days forced street work. You didn't have a business license, which cost $50 fucking dollars. Do you know how much $50 was in 1865? Let's go find out. How much was $50 in 1865? That's $1,000 today. How many of y'all got $1,000 just laying around? That is the equivalent of $1,000 today. $999. $50 in 1865 had significant buying power, equivalent to roughly $994 to over $1,000 today, depending on the calculation method, due to inflation over 160 years. So you as an unemployed Black person has to come up with $1,000 to pay a fine because you don't have a business license, which cost you $100 to get. So if $50 would have been $1,000, that means $100 would have been $2,000. Where's an unemployed Black person going to get that type of money back then? So this is what it means to be poor. I mean, they're doing the same thing now. They're doing the same thing now. They put you in jail, and when you cannot afford to pay the bail, your ass stays in jail. And then you are leased out as prison labor. How's it any different? How is it any different from today? It isn't. Louisiana, police regulations, 1865. Every Negro is required to be in the regular service of a white person or a former owner. Said employer may permit Negro to hire his own time by written permission, never exceeding 7 days. Every Negro is required to be in the regular service of some white person or former owner. This is after slavery was over. This was after slavery was abolished. You are still required to be in the regular service of some white person or former owner. Said employer, I just need you to come up. Said employer may permit the Negro to hire his own time by written permission, never exceeding 7 days. Only white men could serve on juries, hold office, or vote. So that means when you are tried by a jury of your peers, Black people didn't have any peers. So that pretty much guarantees every Black person that is tried is going to be found guilty, because there's not one of his peers on that jury. In North Carolina, apprentice and contract law, freedmen who broke labor contracts could be arrested, whipped, and forced to work the remainder of their term. Testimony of any Black person was inadmissible in court if the opposing party was white. You witnessed it. You synced it. I synced it. I seen him kill Miss Sally. Your testimony is inadmissible because you're Black and the murderer's white. In Tennessee, Public Works Act of 1865. If a freedman failed to pay fines within 5 days, the sheriff shall hire him out at public outcry to any white person who will pay the fines and the costs. The term of service was set at the shortest time that covers the debt. These laws are still on the books. Being poor in America will get your ass either thrown in jail or institutionalized or labor. In Virginia, pre-war carryover reenacted 1866. No black person could testify against a white person in any civil or criminal matter. Now, just imagine that. You cannot sue a white person for civil or criminal anything. So that means a white person is free to do whatever the fuck they want to do to you. And there's absolutely no recourse. Hi. Marriage between whites and coloreds. This is in Virginia. This is where the big case, the Loving case that got black people the right, white people the right to marry black people. Marriage between whites and coloreds, a colored person, declared absolutely void. Interracial couples risk felony charges. Love is love. Right? In Georgia and Florida, generic patterns, vagrancy, curfew, and gun licensing statutes copied Mississippi and South Carolina models. Apprentice laws automatically bound black children whose families received relief from the Freedmen's Bureau. So, if your parents received a check from the Freedmen's Bureau, let's type that in so we can get specific about what that was. What is the Freedmen's Bureau? So if your kids, if you as a parent is receiving money from the Freedmen's Bureau, your children are then forced to be apprentices of white people until they are 21 and 18 respectively. The Freedmen's Bureau was underfunded what is it? Oh, it's a lot. It's officially the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands. It was a federal relief agency created in March of 1865, just weeks before the Civil War ended, to deal with the 4 million newly freed people and hundreds of thousands of displaced white refugees. Remember the other day when people were coming up on my live and saying that they owned us and they owned us and they owned us? We owned you. We owned you. And I made a video to clarify that if you were poor, you could not afford to own anything, let alone a slave. To own a slave, you had to be wealthy. And if you are sitting up on my live, I guarantee you, your ass is not wealthy. Because the families that benefited from slavery are uber wealthy today, at this very moment. Tap the screen, share the live, and comment. Here's what y'all need to understand. Yes, they do want to go back to that, but these white MAGA hillbillies, their ancestors were white hillbillies back then. And before they were even classified as white people, because the government is who created the races of people. White people were not even called white people. They were Irish, or they were English, or they were whatever country they came from. The only way that they became white people was when Pressie's Rebellion happened and the poor whites united with the enslaved blacks or the Afro-Indigenous and fought the government together. And the government said, hold up. Those two together are a problem. So how do you solve a problem like unity? Divisiveness. That is when they made the distinction between black skin and white skin. That is when Europeans became white people. So if you want to know how the races began, it went from nationality to race. Because nationality breaks you up and divides you within your own racial group. To this day, the Irish hate the English. The Scottish hate the English. They're all white. But you need to have the white people united. So what can we call all of these different nationalities of white people? Why don't we just call them white? That's a great idea. That's a great idea. We'll just unite them all together. They'll let go of their nationalism because now they're all white Americans. No longer will they say, I'm Irish, I'm English, I'm Scottish. No. Now they're all white. So now you start giving a little bit of privilege to the whites. Not money. Not money. Just perceived privilege. Let them believe that they are more important than the blacks. Make them believe they're special. Not as special as us, but just special enough to rise above the Negro. And they will lay their lives down for us. They will defend us, and they will defend that privilege until our last days. So here you have a fund that was developed for the 4 million newly freed people and the black people, or the indigenous, right? And the Africans that they mixed in with us to convolute the whole thing. And then the hundreds of thousands of displaced white refugees. Why would white people be refugees in America? If they are Americans, how are they refugees? How are they refugees? If they were here and they imported black people, how are they refugees? Hmm? It lasted, the Bureau only lasted 7 years, yet it became the first large scale social service and civil rights agency in U.S. history. The Freedmen's Bureau. Something new we learned today. The core mission, I'm going back to finish up the other. Let me go back and finish up the other one, and we're going to come back to the Freedmen's Bureau, right? let me finish up the slave codes. Makes you want to sing a Negro spiritual, don't it? Somebody take me. Oh, I have so much information. Let me hurry up because it's so much I want to share. So, Louisiana, we already did that one. We did North Carolina, we did Virginia, we did Georgia. Okay, so the common thread across all of the states: vagrancy statutes, catch all power to arrest unemployed blacks. Arrest all unemployed blacks. Labor contract enforcement, criminal penalties for quitting. You can't even quit the job. You can't even quit the job. Or disobedience. The year for these were established between 1865 and 1866. These laws. Apprentice and guardianship laws legalized the seizure of black children. If you were getting money after the Civil War from the Freedmen's Bureau, they could come and take your kids. What are they trying to do today with CPS? I heard it floating around a few months ago that if you were on welfare, then they could deem you as not being able to take care of your own kids. How's that any different from the Freedmen's Bureau? They're creeping right back up on that law where they can legally come and take your kids and have them do labor until they're 18 years old. It's no different. If the state has to pay for your kid you have, then that means you are not taking care of your kids because you are unemployed. So we'll just take your kids and put them to work until they're grown. And then they'll continue to work and work and work and work and work. Court discrimination barred testimony against whites, all white juries. Marriage and social codes banned interracial marriage, limited assembly. It limited our rights to assemble. Because it's always suspicious if there's a group of black people together. Right? Restricted gun ownership and imposed curfews. So we could not get together. We could not own a gun. We could not marry who we wanted to marry, and we could not testify or sue a white person. So the result is slavery by another name. Until Congress's Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Reconstruction Acts temporarily suspended the codes, and the 14th Amendment tried to outlaw them. So there's your history lesson of the day. Then I was curious, because remember what I said the other day about how white women love to consider us the help and love to put more shit on our plate to do because they're lazy bitches. So I typed into Kimmy, name ways white women still consider black women the help. Below are real world behaviors documented in studies, journalism, and first person accounts through which white women still treat black women as the help. Even when the latter are coworkers, managers, or peers. Each bullet is followed by a source number so you can read the original incident and data. Number 1, can you braid my hair? Body labor requests. White classmates or coworkers assume a black woman's time, hands, and expertise are on tap for free grooming services. I fell into that trap when I was in high school. Exactly the way white mistresses once expected enslaved women to do their hair before social events. I was asked so many questions about why it was curly. I chose to wear the same wig to work so I would be taken seriously. This is a black woman saying it. Because, they're always asking about our hair. They're so preoccupied with our hair. Number 2, speak up for me. The emotional maid work. White women recruit black women to voice their grievances in meetings, positioning themselves as too fragile to confront authority while outsourcing the risk. I've been that. I'm sure y'all have been that. Well, I think we should ask him. Well, Khadijah, could you do it? You're always so brave. I always have to use Khadijah as an example. Because they be fucking her name up. Khadijah, could you do it? You're so brave. She tells you how unfair life has been to her. You feel compelled to protect and speak up for her. Here's the one that I want to know if y'all paid attention to this. This just happened recently. You're so strong. A stereotype as unpaid crisis manager. Yeah, they're always a damsel in distress. They're not just a damsel in distress for men. They're a damsel in distress for women too. And Black women fall for that shit all the time. The strong Black woman trope is weaponized because Black women are expected to absorb stress without breaking. White women dump extra assignments, emotional labor, or DEI fallout on them, then label any pushback as aggressive. Caretaking and self-reliance subscales are positively linked to more help seeking, yet the mask of strength expectation still pressures Black women to handle it alone. Let me give y'all an example. Y'all remember when Wicked for Good was being promoted and a fan ran up on Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo jumped in the middle of the fan and rescued poor little Ariana Grande? And so all of the pictures made Ariana Grande look so frail and so helpless, and Cynthia Erivo looking like the big Black security guard, while they had fucking security guards on either side of them. It was Cynthia who came to the rescue. And then what did all of the pictures say after that? She's so manly. She's so masculine. Look at those muscles. She's just like a man. She's so brave. We fall for it every time. We fall for it every single time. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Curating the photo, tokenized diversity decor. White managers place one Black woman on every brochure, panel, or client pitch to signal progress. Turning her into ornamental labor. The modern equivalent of the house nigga. It says Negro, but the A works best at this point. The modern day equivalent of the house Negro displayed to prove the mistress's benevolence. If you've ever singled out a female colleague because she is Black and you think it will make the company look good, you are part of the problem. You've either experienced it or you've seen it. I've experienced it. Tears that summon authority, weaponized vulnerability. When conflict arises, white women cry first. What did my video just tell y'all yesterday? If y'all have never watched Being Mary Jane, or you haven't watched it in a long time, go back and rewatch Being Mary Jane on BET. Because a lot of those episodes, I would say the last 2 seasons, is everything that we have been talking about. She is literally living that. Everything. So I made a video I went live talking about it the other night, because a lot of y'all don't know this, but I was in HR for 15 years. And I remember when my sister started working at the hospital, and it was a hostile work environment for her. She's the only Black person, and it was microaggressions all day, every day, and what I had advised her to do, because eventually what is going to happen, and they know this and you know this, eventually you're going to cuss somebody the fuck out, and they're going to keep poking you and poking you and poking you and poking you until you do. And then they are going to make a beeline to HR. And the person that gets to HR first is the person they believe. Yeah, she was in pharmacy. She was in the pharmacy department. So what I advise my sister to do is to, number one, make herself known to any Black people that are in HR. Any place that you go, that you work, and you notice that you are a major minority there, you need to find out in some way, shape, or form who is the Black HR person in that place. They need to be on your fucking radar at all times. Okay? Secondly, you need to keep a journal. I call this the CYA journal, the Cover Your Ass journal. And every single day before you leave work or before lunch, you record what happened this morning. And then at the end of the day, you record what happened at the end of the day. And if something specifically stands out to you, you write it down immediately. You need to keep a record of how your day is going every day you're at that company. It's unfortunate, but that's what it is. Because if somebody goes to HR and lies on you, well, on Tuesday, so-and-so hurt my feelings, and she said this and she said that. On Tuesday, I wasn't even at work. Or on Tuesday, I didn't even see this person at all. I had no interaction with anybody on Tuesday. It was just me in the lab or in the pharmacy by myself doing my work. Maybe you should get the fuck out of my office. Record everything. What the fuck is happening? Because I be like to those perpetrators, you be telling lies. That's not going to help you. It's going to be your word against their word. So you think the person that talks the loudest is going to be the one that's believed, or the person that comes in with the tears? And then the third thing that I advised my sister to do was to go to HR and cry. You take your Black ass up to that HR department and you let it be known so that they can document that you work in a hostile work environment. So that way, anybody that comes in there and says anything about you, it's already documented that you work in a hostile work environment. She did exactly what I told her to do, and it covered her ass. The tears win every time. Every time. You gotta, in order to play the fucking game, you have to play the fucking game. And the reason black women catch the brunt of this bullshit is because the higher up you go in your career, the higher up you go in your pay, the more shit you are going to have to eat. You know why? Because when they fuck with you and when they cry and when they do all these things, you need your job. You done bought a house, you done bought a car, you done had kids. You cannot be fired. So, whatever they want, this has put you in an exploitable position. White people are creatures of opportunity. They are going to create conditions where they can exploit you. So you as a black woman think, I'm rising through the ranks, I'm getting promotions, and they're like, got her. Yeah, you're vested now. You're not going to just walk away from that job. You are invested. So that means they can poke you and fuck with you and have your ass stroke out on the fucking job because you can't lose that job. You got mouths to feed, you got a mortgage to pay, you got a car payment that's due. And they know that. That's why I have to be digging in your business. Oh, yeah, I see you got a new car. Yeah, girl, I finally got it. God, shut up! Shut up! Tell them you borrowed it. Tell them your car is in a fucking shop. It's your sister's car. Yeah, girl, I just got it. It was a steal. New car. We can use Shonda Rhimes as an example again. Remember the Shonda Rhimes story? How they didn't think Shonda Rhimes was going to up and leave? Remember? She the only black person over there at ABC. She knocking out fucking Grey's Anatomy. She knocking out fucking How to Get Away with Murder. She knocking out Scandal. And she come in there and ask them for some passes, some parking passes at the Disney World for her nanny to park so she can take her family to Disney World. And they said no. Just like Dave Chappelle walking away from the Chappelle show, I'm pretty sure they didn't bank on that shit either, did they? Got him. I'm pretty sure they didn't expect. And y'all niggas sitting around like, I can't believe they walked away from. I can't believe he didn't sign the contract. I can't believe they walked away from that because your ass wouldn't walk away from it. Because your ass lacks integrity. Because your ass is afraid to step out on fucking faith, but you promise to the world that you're a goddamn Christian. How you gonna see if that faith is a real thing if you don't exercise it? I was telling my niece all about it, and she just graduated from college and started her new job life. You better let her know what to expect. It is never an honor to be the only black person. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you think it's an honor to be hand selected because you wouldn't be the only nigga, it's not. You're getting played. You played yourself. You played yourself. I wish I had this knowledge. It happened to me. They promoted me, planned, targeted. I bought a house. Yeah, man. They making sure you gonna stay there forever. They gonna make sure you stay there forever. They released your contract. Well, the question then becomes, how did they know you were doing all that? How did they know you bought a new house and all that? How they know? Because y'all don't know how to separate your personal life from your business life. And y'all be letting that shit overspill into the other. I told them people, as soon as I would start a new job, I'm not coming here for friends. I'm coming here to make a check. Oh, Tracy, she's mean. Yeah, but Tracy's the number one salesperson in the fucking office. When you position yourself as a person that's the number one salesperson in the office, or you bring value to the fucking table, yeah. Hello, fellow Tracy. Tracy's the number one salesperson in the office. So I think you should leave. Hi, Miss Susan. So, how else are white women still using black women as the help? So, when HR conflicts, tears that summon authority weaponize vulnerability. When conflict arises, white women cry first, knowing HR or bystanders will read their tears as proof of endangerment, and the black woman as the threatening aggressor, mirroring historic rape accusations that excused lynching. They weaponize their femininity and victimhood with crime, evade responsibility, and paint black women as aggressive. This is scientifically proven. This is not no shit. This is not my opinion. Number 6, you must be a diversity hire. That's called status stripping. Open speculation that a black colleague is only here because of quotas relabels her as hired help. Not merit, talent, and invites ongoing surveillance of her performance. They love to call black women diversity hires, don't they? They love to say we are diversity hires. When factually, white women were the ones that benefited from DEI statutes and laws more than black people ever did. It's funny how everything that is literally the face of white women, they make the face of black women. Have y'all noticed that? Invisible household hierarchy. Still the girl You're still the girl, that girl. Even inside feminist households, white women expect black women to do more cleaning and child care for less pay, or repackage it as helping a friend, echoing the post slavery domestic loophole that kept black women in white homes. Black women spend the least time on their own housework because they are literally doing someone else's. White and Asian women average 2.6 hours per day on their own homes, and black women 2.1, evidence of outsourced labor. I don't see color. How many times have we talked about this? Erasure that maintains service roles. By refusing to acknowledge race, white women ignore power differentials, ensuring the black woman's specific burden, hair bias, pay gap, policing, remain unaddressed, just as 19th century mistresses ignored the sexual violence their enslaved maids endured. Hi. Willard's, this is in quotes, Willard's narrow-minded focus without working in a bigger context that took into consideration the extreme danger that affected black women hurt Wells's cause. The pattern is not isolated or accidental. It is the afterlife of slavery. Operating inside of offices, classrooms, mommy groups, and Instagram DMs. Recognizing the behaviors is the first step towards refusing the role of the modern day mammy and demanding equity, not gratitude. So when I posted that video about it's a trap, and that I had seen a video where a black woman was telling the story of witnessing with her own eyes the trap, which is a white kid approaching a black teenager, saying, "My mommy told me to look for a black woman." Now, a kid is not going to know a black teenager from a black adult, right? So everybody's like, "Well, where's the video? Where's the video? Where the fuck is the video?" I'm sharing with you the video I saw of the woman who witnessed it happening. So there is no firsthand video of some little white kid going up to that. Secondly, all through 2025, that was the trend. White women were making videos right here on TikTok talking about how they had trained their kids that if they were separated from them or in some sort of danger, that they quickly find the closest black person they can find, black woman, because they're going to make sure you make it home safe. Now, not nary a white woman has come up to me and asked my fucking permission to be responsible for her child because she was irresponsible with her child. Not nary a black person has ever said to our black children, find the nearest white woman you can find. She's going to make sure you make it home safe. Girl, please, what? Don't be out here telling none of your kids to go seek out black people for nothing. That is not our fucking job. The nerve of you lazy bitches. No, we are not honored by that. Oh, it's a compliment. It's not a fucking compliment. You put another motherfucking thing on our plate and you still ain't asked fucking permission for that. Don't assume we gonna take care of your fucking kids that you haven't taken care of. Why the fuck your kids out wandering around any goddamn way? wandering around so much more that you got to sit down and have a fucking conversation with them about if you get lost. Why the fuck are your kids getting lost? Why are they getting lost to the point where you have to sit down and have a conversation with them? Just thinking about when I saw the video last year, I was like, the fuck? Like, why the fuck are you just enlisting black women into this bullshit? And of course, there are always going to be some black women that are just like, yes, I'm going to make sure Tommy and Timmy makes it home, and I just want to help. And you just want to fucking help. Those are the weak fucking links. Those are the weak links in our fucking armor. There's always going to be some niggas that always want to help some goddamn white people. Like that racist that went out there and tried to start a whole movement out in the street, and it was the black nigga that swept him off to safety. And then all the whiteys are like, look, he saved a racist life. Oh, he's such a good nigger. He's such a good nigger. Look at that. He's protecting Massa. Oh, what a good nigger. Yeah. I know, Fatty Daddy. I know, Fatty Daddy. What you doing? What you doing, Fatty Daddy? Oh, what's going on? That tail is whacking that wall, ain't it? That tail is whacking that wall, ain't it? You want to go lay on mommy's bed and go to sleep? That's a no. But they tell us as a stranger to protect their kids from harm. Exactly. But we couldn't be president, though. You trust us with your most precious possession. Well, if that's the case, you dislike black women so much that you would tell your kids to seek us out if they need help? One plus one plus two plus two. Carry the one. The math is not mathing. The math ain't mathing. We're these aggressive and we're scary and we're did. But find one if you're lost. I'm sorry, what? Have y'all seen? Ooh, I knew I had some hot tea for you bitches today. Hold on, bitch. Hold on. Have y'all seen the latest? Have y'all seen the latest trend on the TikTok? I'm about to let you know what it is. No, you're never going to guess this. You're never going to guess it. I hope somebody does guess it. I'm going to give y'all a few chances to go ahead. Guess what y'all think it might be. I wonder if y'all seen the videos like I've seen the videos. I wonder if y'all seen the videos like I've seen the videos. It's not the Asians. Nope, it's not the Asians. I'm about to tell you. White women You already know to prepare yourselves for the bullshit. You already know. I don't know nothing about no pregnant girls. White women are literally making videos talking about how they slept their way through the 80s, how they were out here fucking dudes, didn't even know their names in order for them to stop bothering them. I'm gonna show you. Where's her old used up looking ass at? Oh, please. Oh, please. Please let it be in here. Where's she at? Where's she at? If I don't see her in here, I'm just going to do a search for it. So you did see it. And then this bitch trying to make it seem like this is what we were doing. Man, she looked rough, didn't she? She looked like she was ridden hard and put away wet as fuck. I was like, yeah, you look like you slept your way to the bottom, bitch. You didn't sleep your way to the top. That's for sure. Ain't nothing at the top where you're concerned because whew, I don't see it, but I'm about to search for the video. I had to comment. This is not a we. This ain't we. Yeah, because she said she was 59 and she slept her way all the way through the 80s and she didn't know their names and all this other shit. And I said, well, I'm 56. And that's not what we did. That's what you did. The fuck? Just nasty. They will find any way to try to justify what I tell you that the only thing they have to offer. What I tell you it was pussy. Let me search for this fucking video. White women sleeping through the 80s. Because they were saying that this is about to come back again. She was using it as an excuse to say that this was coming back again because I'm trying to find it. Sleeping with men in the 80s. Let me turn my glasses off because I didn't even see this video, but I just heard the first few. Hold on a minute. Ugh. Hold on, I gotta turn my glasses off. Let me turn my glasses off. Why does it keep connecting? Let me turn my Bluetooth off. There you go. The 80s were something else. The last line, you're going to bed with every person. What?
When you go to bed with that person, you're not just going to bed with that person. You're going to bed
with she's talking about sex safely. Hold on.
Has ever gone to bed with before in their life. So just picture it's as if you're all crawling into one bed together.
What if I want to have sex before I get married?
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die. When you go to bed with that person, you're not just going to bed with that person.
Two people had sex in the 90s?
Then I guess you gotta be. Two people had sex in the 80s and have to pay. Hold on.
Two people had sex.
Oh, this is the new trend. Two people had sex in the 80s and now they have to pay bills. I guess talking about the kids. So that's the newest trend. I'm gonna find this hard looking woman that was talking about sleeping with everybody. She was like trying to justify it by saying that Trump is one of these men from that time period where everybody was just sleeping with him. And now that women aren't really going to have the right to refuse, what are women going to do? So she's basically saying women are not going to have any choice but to have sex with men in order for the men to leave them alone. How y'all feel about that? I know I liked her fucking video because I wanted to be taken back to it. So why is it not showing? Did I send to the group? I don't think so. What do y'all think about that? Y'all think it's true? Y'all think it's true? Y'all gonna be out here doing that? Doing a little something a little strange for some change? Is that what we doing today? I don't know why it's not in here. Any other time it would have been. But that's the train going around. I'm glad I'm not the only person that saw it. Because I was just like, that ain't it, sweetheart. So again, my words still stand. The only thing that they have to offer is pussy, right? And they use that shit as currency. They use it as gifts. They use it as negotiations. They use it. This is why I remember back in the day where everybody was like, the reason that white women get everything that they ask for is because they always ask for stuff during sex. And then I started paying attention to movies and shows, and I noticed that whenever a woman was asking for something, a car, a house, a marriage, whatever it is, she was always asking for it in the height of that situation. Oh my God, my old car just isn't working for me anymore. And I really wish I had a new car. Now, what are black women going to do? We're fucking on a regular basis. And I really need some help. Black bitches always asking for stuff. Black bitches always want something. So when we come out and we're honest and we're not being conniving or manipulative and stroking that ego, it's a problem, right? Yeah, you're called a gold digger. We're being honest and straight up. We're not wasting your time. We're not playing no games. We're fucking on a regular basis. I'm just asking you, are you going to be willing to help me out? Or am I going to have to ask another nigga to do it? Because if we're fucking on a regular basis, I shouldn't even have to point out that my car's fucked up. You see it, right? I shouldn't have to ask you. You see it, right? But the minute I ask you, let me tell you what happens. You waiting around, he sees it, you're waiting for him to man up, because that in your mind is what a man would do. A man would say, I don't want my woman out here driving no bucket, no unreliable ass stress-filled fucking bucket. Let me help her get her car fixed or whatever, right? Ain't that what we would expect? He ain't doing it. So now you got to ask for it. And now that relationship is down the drain. Because his ego then says, she's asking me for money. How many of y'all saw Ryan Davis complaining that it broke his heart that his 10-year-old daughter was asking him for stuff? Broke boys don't deserve no pussy. I know that's right. Yeah, then he tells his buddy she's asking for too much. Right? Ryan Davis had the nerve with his Ninja Turtle looking ass to say that when he figured out that his daughter was always asking him for stuff, or didn't ever really want to see. Go sit down, stop tap dancing on this floor. Go lay down. Something to the effect of was calling him and asking him for shit. It broke his heart. It broke his heart that his daughter was asking him for stuff. You're her dad. You would prefer that she goes out and asks some strange man at 10 years old for things? You're mad at your 10-year-old daughter? You are literally positioning your 10-year-old daughter as a gold digger to the world? You're her parent. You're supposed to be giving her things. Why she have to ask for it anyway? So now I'm restricted for 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the 4U standards under the community. The minute I start talking about men, I get slapped with a violation. So your live is flagged for harassment and bullying because repeated violations could result in your live being discontinued. So let me go and restart the live. I'll be right back. Just come right back because we're going to continue. Either white folks are mad or men are mad. I don't know which one it is. It's obviously not white folks because I talk about white folks all the time. But the minute I start talking about some men, every never fails. The minute I start talking about some men, it's a problem. This is not going to be a problem for us much longer. I'm going to solve this platform social media problem. Just give me a week. It might be less than a week. The problem's going to be solved, baby. We are not going to have to deal with none of this shit no goddamn more. No, you know I'm not going to deal with it. So hold on. There's some more shit I want y'all to know. Let me let the people come back in to the TikTok. Y'all still here on over here? Y'all still here? So the next question, come on in here and share the live. Come on back. I don't know if I closed out the whole app or not, which I meant to do. What you got over there, Fatty? What you got, Fatty Daddy? You got a bone? You over there tearing it up, whatever it is. I asked Kimmy, I said, what is the real reason we won't have a black female president? Apparently, this app has no problem with me talking about white women, but when I start talking about men, it's a problem. They used to do the same thing to me when I used to talk about blood type eating. The minute I start talking about some dudes, you better not do it. Come on back. I asked, what is the real reason we won't have a black female president? Share the live and tap the screen, please. The blunt truth, a black woman has not yet reached the Oval Office because the U.S. political system is still engineered to discount, defund, and disqualify her at every turn. The blocks are not mysterious, they are measurable, and they are compound. Number one, money drought. The first filter. Black women raise smaller donor networks and are screened out early by gatekeepers who equate electability with white males. Number two, campaign finance data shows they start with 1/3 of the cash of white men in comparable races, and that gap widens, not narrows, as the contest goes statewide. Number two, electability is code for race gender bias. Voters and donors tell pollsters they're ready for a woman of color, yet in the privacy of the ballot booth, the same racial resentment scale that predicted Trump 2016 predicts 3 to 5 point drop off for black female candidates, decisive in swing states. Number two, party elites internalize that bias and steer money elsewhere. So the prophecy fulfills itself. Number three, structural ballot hurdles. 34 states have still never elected a black woman to any statewide executive office. 34 states in 2026 has still never elected a black woman in any executive office. 34 states. Mississippi is one of them. Type in the comments where you guys are watching from. Single member winner take all districts plus Republican gerrymandering dilutes black voting strength, so the pipeline stays thin. Number four, the glass cliff VP trap. Kamala Harris was put on the highest glass cliff, tasked with border, voting rights, and abortion portfolios after they were already doomed, then blamed for the failures. Remember they was calling her the border czar and all this shit? Remember? The same playbook used against black women CEOs is now imported to national politics. elevate them into crisis roles, withhold institutional backing, and then declare them risky. Number 5, media and misogynoir double standards. Tone policing. Harris's laugh is unpresidential. Remember that? White male opponents with actual felony indictments are authentic. She did great. I always said what should have happened is we should have let Biden run, and then he handed off to her once he won. Period. But I saw something play out yesterday on Being Mary Jane. That Donna Brazile person was on the show. You know, Mary Jane is a news reporter or anchor woman. Donna Brazile, who was over the Democratic National Party back when Trump ran the first time, right? And they were talking about Hillary Clinton. And she said exactly what pundits were saying during this election with Kamala Harris. Oh, Kamala has to win over every vote. Oh, she's not just going to inherit the Democratic nomination. She has to win over everybody. Da, 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 da. Same exact shit. Why can't she inherit it? Because if anybody should be positioned to inherit America, it's black motherfucking women. We built this country. This country ran on our fucking wombs and our goddamn backs. It's still running on our fucking wombs and our goddamn backs. So competence downshift. Reporters spontaneously dumb down questions to black women candidates, signaling low status expectations that viewers unconsciously absorb. So what does that go back to? That goes back to that low IQ individual that they have made black women the face of. And where did the low IQ individual rumor start? Class, who remembers where the lie began? Test time. Pop quiz, shark. Who remembers where that lie came from? Y'all have not been taking notes. The American Psychological, thank you, the APA, the American Psychological Association, created the lie that black people had lower IQs than white people. That went on for decades. That lie went on for decades. It's still going on today because nobody knows that the APA apologized for creating and spreading lies about black people. So the man sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right now has no problem calling black women low IQ individuals. Party gatekeepers protect the brand. Democratic donors fear losing white moderates more than they fear losing black women. Hence, tactical silence on racism inside the coalition. Republican legislatures passed voter ID and felony disenfranchisement laws that shave 2 to 4% off of black turnout, just enough to flip Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Swing states. Number 7, the psychological toll tax on voters themselves. Many white women who cheer girl power. Remember all them white women? Y'all were so excited that white women were for Kamala. Wow, y'all remember they was having meetings on TikTok. They was having meetings. White women for Kamala. Many white women who cheer girl power still fail the implicit association test. They link president to white male. Because black women are default assigned helper roles, in the cultural imagination, the cognitive leap to commander-in-chief is longer, requiring conscious override. Many voters don't attempt. We are the help. We are the assistant. We are the second in command, not the commander-in-chief, the vice president. That's as high as you're going to see us go in our lifetime. Bottom line, it isn't that black women are unqualified. They are overqualified, yet under-supported. Until party elites, donors, and voters treat racial gender bias as a solvable structural problem, not a personal shortcoming, the Oval Office will remain the last plantation that refuses to acknowledge a black woman as its rightful heir. So then I asked, thank you. So then I asked, why do white women continue to vote against their interests? White women are not voting against their interests by accident. They are prioritizing a different set of interests. Race, religion, and perceived class security over gender-biased ones. The behavior repeats because the payoff structure inside their social world makes that vote feel safer and rational. What are you doing, Fats? Here he comes with the bullshit. Number 1, racial. Hello, sir. Okay. What's up? I heard you over there eating something. Were you eating a bone? Were you eating a bone? Yeah, I heard you over there crunching. I was curious. I was like, Fat's over there eating. He eating something he's supposed to be eating. I heard you over there. I'm almost done, Bubba. This is the last one, okay? I promise. This is the last one. Fat says I gotta go. So race solidarity beats gender solidarity. I'll say it slower. We all knew this, didn't we? We all knew this, didn't we? Race solidarity trumps gender solidarity. Same thing they did during the feminist movement. They wanted black women to help, to help. They wanted black women to support. And the minute they were successful, they kicked our asses right to the curb. All right, they want that protection. They want that agreement to be upheld. Because during slavery, in order for black women to be positioned the way they positioned us, as these strong, angry, aggressive, masculine, and again, back then, we were not even classified as women. We were called female. They were women. We were female. So in order to position us as females that were not protected women, because women are protected, mothers are protected, right? They never classified us as those legally. So this is why they were able to rape us and beat us and just sexual violence every day. And no one's ever held accountable for it because we were not women. So they don't see any, white women don't see solidarity with us. I don't care how friendly you are with your white female friends, and that's your bestie, and this, that, and the other. Y'all remember that black woman that went to that white woman sleepover and came home dead? Y'all remember that? To this day, no one killed her. She was just on the grass, dead. Y'all remember that? To this day, not one of those other 8 white women has been brought to justice. But that's your bestie. "52% of white women voted for Trump in 2016, and 55% did it again in 2020. Even after the Access Hollywood tape and Rolls repealed threats. Social identity theory. The white in-group delivers daily status dividends, better school, safer policing, higher home equity, that feel more tangible than abstract reproductive rights. They consider reproductive rights to be abstract. Bay Richards summarized it in 1951. White womanhood stands in bloodied skirt and willing slavery. The platinum bracelets which graced your wrist were chains, a conscious trade of gender equity for racial privilege." Internet. A conscious trade of gender equity for racial privilege. They would rather have privilege than equality. They would rather have privilege than a sisterhood. They would rather have privilege than reproductive rights. This is why that lady getting shot by them frozen people last week was so shocking. Because the agreement was, you're not supposed to harm us. We're supposed to shield you. Our white womanhood is supposed to shield you. Your defense of us is supposed to shield you. Then they realized, we're not out here protecting white womanhood. We're out here protecting white supremacy, ma'am. We are not out here protecting white womanhood anymore. We are protecting white supremacy. Number 2, authoritative reasoning is baked into upbringing. Many white girls are trained to defer to male authority: father, pastor, husband. Once the habit is internalized, the GOP becomes the national father, promising order. Y'all remember when the orange man had everybody calling him daddy? He was saying that daddy's home because he won the election. He was saying daddy is home. Grown white men were calling him daddy. Jennifer Carroll calls this authoritative reasoning bondage. You don't have to make hard decisions because someone else does that for you. It feels safe. White women don't have to make hard decisions when they have a husband and a father and a pastor. Yeah, some black men too. I always pay attention so I know who to look out for. I always pay attention to the black MAGA people or the black people defending white supremacy. I always just, gotcha. Number 3, motherhood nationalism sells itself. Wait, motherhood nationalism sells self-betrayal as a virtue. Trump's 2016 message linked anti-abortion to protecting white babies and taking the country back. White women in swing suburbs absorb the story that restricting their own choices is patriotic mother work, not subjugation. So they were having babies for the country. It's viewed as patriotic. They're doing their patriotic duty to have more white babies. Number 4, social punishment for dissent is real. In small towns and evangelical circles, openly supporting Democrats can cost friendships, marriage stability, and even family income. Customers boycott the family business. Number 2, secret ballot surveys show some white women tell pollsters they'll vote blue, then revert to the booth to avoid cognitive dissonance and community exile. I will until my last day. So again, when all of these white women were like, yeah, Kamala, yeah, I voted for Kamala, I was like, bitch, are you lying? You are not going to vote for that woman. You are going to show up at the events. You are going to tell the pollsters what you are going to do, and your ass is going to go right in that fucking booth and white. Well, I want to wear a blue bracelet so I can show the world I voted for Kamala, because what you did in the dark is you got what you voted for, but now you want to seem like you are in solidarity with us when it comes time to clean shit up. This is why they keep going, where are the blacks? Where are the blacks? We can go and vote for this man, but the blacks they'll rectify all of it. Where's Kamala? Kamala will fix it after the election. Kamala will fix it. They knew all about Project 2025. They knew all about it. They knew all about the Heritage Foundation. They knew everything that was in the fucking Project 2025. And they voted for it, but they thought, like the past, we were going to come and clean it up. They thought Congress was going to put a stop to all of it. And that's why every time you see them, they're like, where are the blacks? Where is Congress? They're not doing their job. Well, not only did you vote for the white president, but you also voted for the Republican House and the Congress. Everybody's a Republican, boo-boo. Everybody. You didn't think this through. Right. They're waiting for the 92% to get out in the street and march. And we warned you, at least I did, very, very vocally. If you let her loose, we are all on vacation until 2028. If you let her loose, you're on your own. If you let her loose, don't look for us. Don't invite us to nothing. Don't prepare for us showing up. Don't ask us for a goddamn thing. And I'm so proud of us. I'm so proud of us. We all had the same fucking sentiment, and we are all sticking through that shit. It was shaky for a minute. It was shaky. Because our nature is to fight. Right? 400 years. See, they glossed over the 400 years of fighting for our freedom. They made it seem like we were just working until one day Abraham Lincoln decided, oh, slavery is wrong, let me free everybody. That's not what happened. We were fighting consistently for 400 years. And at one point, we were fighting the U.S. Army. So fighting for our rights is in our blood, it's in our DNA, it's in our nervous system as we speak right now. So it's very difficult for us not to go out there in the street and protest and fight. It's very difficult, but we're doing it. It's very difficult for us not to help little white kids when they come up to us, but we're doing it. It's very difficult for us not to answer questions when we're being questioned by them, but we're doing it. It's very difficult for us not to divulge or to go into proving yourself to somebody when they ask for your credentials, but we're doing it. Well, what are your credentials? None of your motherfucking business, bitch. What the hell? This is unbelievable. What part of what I said was unbelievable? Because you're never going to meet a person that's more honest than me. So what part was unbelievable? It is very difficult for us not to save America from itself, because that's what we've done since they rode ashore and colonized us. We have been trying to save our home from them. So when people ask, why are black people so invested in America? Because it's our motherfucking home, bitch. We did not come from nowhere else. This is our shit. Well, they came here as slaves, and I don't understand why they can never be considered patriots because they came from so. Bitch, you the motherfucker that came from somewhere else. That's why I said it before. They will never be as patriotic as black people. Ever. It will never happen because they are not connected to this country. In no way, shape, or form. I don't give a fuck how many generations, and they are quick to tell you, they real quick to tell you how many generations their family has been here. Well, my family came over on the Mayflower, which proves you're the goddamn colonizer, which proves you're the goddamn immigrant. They love that shit. Well, my family came over on the Mayflower. Well, we were already here, so which I don't get it. We were here before the U.S. was formed. We were here for thousands and thousands of years. We are indigenous to this place. They are visitors to this place. What is it that you have a problem with, Jack? You never heard a black person talk like this before? Welcome. The fuck? This is not your home. You don't even know where your home is. That's the problem. You can keep calling it crazy all you want to. Read the room. You're the only one that's crazy. White people are delusional. And they try to make us as delusional as they are. And we are not. What we have been is asleep. What we have been is asleep. And they are literally saying it out loud. We don't like woke people. So they're literally saying they prefer you to stay asleep. Because the American dream, a dream only happens when you're asleep. A vision happens when you're awake. Bars! God damn it! Woo! A dream only happens when you're asleep. Vision happens when you're awake. Off the dome. Gosh, I wish I could have been a rapper. I said dreams only happen when you're asleep, and vision happens when you are awake. Damn, that's good, ain't it? Trust me, I'll do it. Good night. I gotta go. I haven't eaten a thing today, so I'm gonna eat my leftover salmon and salad that I've been eating on for the past 3 weeks. Bars. But let me finish up. Let me finish up why we won't have why they always vote against their interest, right? Economic stories override bodily autonomy. So the narrative theory, if the dominant story is Democrats will tank the economy, a comfortable suburban woman discounts the future risk of losing abortion rights because today's stock portfolio feels more certain. So tomorrow we're gonna have to talk about the food because I didn't get around to it because he's talking about other stuff. But every race on this planet has been against us. Well, do you know why? Do you know why every race on the planet is against us? Thank you. It's a whole set. It's a whole set. Let me clear my throat for this one. The reason every race on the planet hates us is because they all come from us. Every last one of them. Everything derived from black. Everything. And also, no one else can make black but black. But here's the thing. We also can turn every other race black. That's their fear. Anybody that we mix with turns black. Anybody they mix with, they lose a white person because we have the full mitochondrial in our bodies, black women. Everybody that they get with, because they have the recessive genes, whoever they mix with becomes that. If they mix with Asians, that's an Asian baby. If they mix with Africans, that's an African baby. If they mix with whoever they mix with, it's going to be that. And they only make up 8% of the world's population. These white folks that are making all of this trouble for everyone all over the world only makes up 8% of the world's total population. So again, that's no different than plantation life. You had 4 or 5 white people running 100 fucking slaves on a fucking plantation. And I often wondered, how the fuck did they get that shit off? Fear, conditioning, starvation. When they destroyed all of our food and all of our farming and everything that we had built before they got here, they did all of that shit before they enslaved us. Them destroying our farming culture and our systems that we had in place before they got here, they did that before they put us in chains. So all of it was calculated. They knew exactly what they were going to do. They knew exactly what tactics to employ. And the number one thing that is the most effective thing is starvation. So when you take away our food source, we now are beholden to you for our survival. So the number one thing these people do all over the world is fuck up everybody's food source. Look at what they're doing in Gaza. Not only did they fuck up their food source, they stopped any trucks from coming in, delivering food to them, right? They kidnapped the aid. They stopped the aid from coming in. So they're literally starving them to death. Who's taking the black farmers' land? They traditionally, that's what they did. They took our land, they hung us from trees, and then they transferred the land over to white ownership. That's how they own the country today. They completely erased us as Afro-Indigenous, brought in a few, imported in a few Africans, imported them in, mixed them all together, all of us together, so that there was no distinction between the Afro-Indigenous and the Africans they imported. They made everyone African imported. that immediately took away all of the land rights and all of the birthrights we, as the indigenous people of this country, had. Gone overnight. Through what? Paperwork. So now we are waking up to the fucking truth. And the reason they don't want to give us reparations, because they don't have a problem writing a check. They've given reparations to people that didn't have nothing to do with us. They've given reparations to everybody, people that didn't even have nothing to do with this country, was never in this country. The problem is they would have to admit to the world they stole this place, because it took 7 nations coming together just to conquer us. They did not, those colonizers didn't come here by themselves. They brought other countries too. And here's the part they never talked to y'all about. They never mentioned this part of the whole slave trade at all. The bulk of the slave trade was Native Americans helping the colonizers to capture and export Afro-Indigenous to South America, Brazil, and the Caribbean. That was the real slave trade. It was the exportation of Afro-Indigenous people to those Spaniard-led countries. That's why you got all those Afro-Latinas and Latinos. Everything that we have been taught and the world has been taught about this place is a lie. All the history books are lies. Yeah, they weren't importing Black people. They were exporting Black people. And guess who helped them? The Native Americans. Ask yourself, why is it that Native Americans were given reservations? Why were they given treaties? Why were they in their laws told not to accept freedmen and Africans as part of their tribe? Why? And something else y'all need to think about too is what exactly, that was the contract. That was the contract, CN. That was the contract. You help us get rid of them and with your own laws and your own governance, and we're just separate but equal. That's the deal. And those people are from Siberia. Those white-looking Native Americans, those people are from Siberia. Those are Asiatic motherfuckers. Go look right here on TikTok at what the Siberian Indians look like. Everything about them is the same. Sleeping in teepees, the clothes they wear, the color of their skin, the languages they speak, their hair, everything is the same. We were hoodwinked, and then we slept. Thank you. We were hoodwinked, and then we slept. So during that 400 years, our bodies had to change and to adapt to our new living conditions, where we were free before and had our own farming and all of our systems in place for thousands and thousands of years. Our bodies were metabolically perfection. And then they came and destroyed it all and started feeding us fucking pork scraps. We are a resilient race, and that's the thing they hate. But what y'all don't seem to take into consideration, these motherfuckers need us to survive. As much as they come out and say, oh, we can't stand them, we're superior, they need us to survive. They are literally right now at this very moment extracting our melanocytes from our bodies and selling them. They are taking our black baby umbilical cords and sucking out the melanocytes and the chemicals that make melanin for their cosmetics, for their sunscreens, for the paint on submarines, because our melanin literally absorbs radiation and sonar. They use our melanin in your OLED televisions. Your LG televisions have melanin in it. As we speak. You don't believe me? Go and look for how much is melanin worth on the stock market today. Let's go find out. Jordan, why is this heat on so high? Why is it 10 degrees outside? What is the price of melanin on the stock market today? The melanin market size to hit $300 million by 2034. There is no melanin, no single melanin. Let me ask Kimmy. Because when you ask Google will not tell you a whole lot about what is going on with us and them. Okay? It says its market value comes from the broader melanin market, estimated at over $162 million in 2024. Yes, Google filters the truth, and they will sell it to the highest bidder, because Isn't Real gave them $90 billion to change the history of Christianity on Google. How many of you Negroes have gotten any money for your melanin from any of your relatives? Imagine how much melanin they collected during COVID. Imagine how much melanin they collected during COVID. Think about it. And you were all by yourself. No one could be in the hospital with you. You couldn't have no advocates for you. You couldn't have nobody make sure they weren't taking your organs or none of that. They were doing rapid autopsies on everybody, stealing those melanocytes. A rapid autopsy is when they give you an autopsy within 3 hours of you dying, because then your organs, everything's fresh. That's another thing to protect yourself from. It's in the book. It's in the new book that's coming. That you don't want no rapid autopsies. Yeah, and then they cremate you because there's no proof left. So it says it's at 162 million in 2024, growing towards 322 million by 2034, with research focusing on new fungal production methods due to the high current costs. Right now, the current cost of melanin per gram is $500. Do y'all know that they put melanin in the COVID vaccine? Do you know that there's melanin in the polio vaccine? Melanin is in the COVID vaccines. So when I say they need us to survive, that's what I mean. Where are they getting it? Every time you go in for a medical procedure, from your body is no longer yours. Every time you go and get a chemical peel, you get a mole removed, you have a liposuction, you have a Brazilian butt lift. Medical waste companies will come around twice a week to pick up fresh medical waste, where they will then extract out the melanocytes with the tyrosine and the other chemical it takes to make melanin and sell it on the open market. Then there are those that collect the umbilical cords. Bill Gates owns one of those companies. In Africa, he collects 5 million umbilical cords per year. He then sells that melanin to Elon Musk, who puts them in astronaut pills for when he's sending all these people up to SpaceX. There's a contract for melanin. They put the melanin in the astronaut pills that helps their body, protects their bodies from radiation. So instead of hiring black astronauts, they give them our melanin to protect them from radiation. Then you have companies that sell you sunscreen that has our melanin in it to protect them from the sun. That kills them. They even put it in their shampoos so that their hair is protected from the sun. They collect our hair from barber shops. They pay barber shops for a handful of our hair because black hair is full of melanocytes. Vampires. Did you know that? Every time you go in and get a trim or you get a haircut, they are literally extracting melanin from our hair strands. The most lucrative place for them to get it is rapid autopsies, because then they can do whatever they want to the dead body. Organs, the melanocytes, all of it. Yeah, put your hair in a bag and take it with you just out of spite. Because you're not getting paid one goddamn penny for it. All of this shit that's going on with our melanin, not one of us is royalty check for it. But my new book tells you how to do it. My new book, Both Sides of the Whip, tells you exactly what to do. Where did you get that information? I got it. And I don't have to make none of this shit up. You can go and look at, like I told you yesterday, diagnostic companies, they are the ones that keep the records for all of us. They have been keeping records on Black people since they got here. They have been measuring our cortisol. They have been measuring every single vital statistic about our bodies for centuries. They can tell you how high our cortisol was after a massacre. And every single time you go in to give blood, they are then doing those biomarkers based on your blood. And every last one of us is giving blood. That's another place they're getting our melanocytes from. You going and donating blood. That's why they're always trying to get you to donate blood. I had to go give blood the other day. I thought I was going to piss in a cup. And then the lady was like, oh, no, you have to get blood drawn. I was like, fuck. Because I always ask them, what are you doing with my blood when you're done with it? Because I am the rarest of all blood types. So what are you doing with it? That must be why they watch us. They surveil us. That is something that started when they got here. And that's why I said, it's so funny that y'all document every last little detail about Black people, but you don't know where the fuck them slave boats are. Where them slave boats? Where them boats at? Y'all know everything about us down to the very last, most minute detail, but you don't know where the fuck them slave boats are. So I say all that to say, false consciousness is reinforced, not challenged. Fox News, conservative radio, and church networks provide daily confirmation bubbles that relabel anti-feminist policies as protection rather than control. White women always need protection. From who? Why do they need so much protection? And from who? Who's out to get white women? Who's out to get them? Why is it that they are willing to sell their souls away for protection? And statistics show that the person that they're getting protection from is a person that kills them. The person that causes them the most harm and puts them in the most danger is their husband. Statistically. So the people that they seek out protection from is who they fear the most. The ones that have done them the most harm is who they're married to. Yeah, we save ourselves. The protection that you were, and then they go out and say, well, I protect my wife and blah, blah, blah. But you're also the one abusing her. I meant to show y'all that video one day of showing this white woman beating the shit out of this black man. Did y'all ever see that video? She was whipping his ass. Just punching him with her closed fist on multiple occasions. And he was just sitting there taking it. And so the comments were pretty much the same with all the black women that saw it. Like, that's what you voted for type shit. Like the fuck. What you want us to do? Why are you recording this and putting this on the internet? What do you want us to do about it? What do you want us to say about it? That's your queen. She's your queen to be. Right? That's who you chose. That's who you are. I got me one. That's that. What you want me to do about it? Cognitive dissonance relief is supplied ready-made. The odds of it getting that bad are slim, or God will provide, allowing them to vote against bodily autonomy while still believing they value it. Delusion. So when both sides of the whip is released, because it's not, the first book is The Hidden Cost of Being Black in America. This one is available on my profile right now. Start with this one, because this is the one that is going to tell you about the link between your health and our history. But the next book that is coming is called Both Sides of the Whip, and I talk about Black and white people. Thank you. Go get your foods list. Go get your Life by Type book, your guide, your recipe books with your low sodium recipes in it, and The Hidden Cost of Being Black in America. Okay? And remember, Black people don't require sodium. This is why we are as fucked up as we are. This is why I got put off of here. Still Will, how you doing? It's been a minute. I got put off of here. Of course, you know that, right? So Black people don't need salt at all. Our kidneys already have sodium in them. So when we eat foods that have salt in it, that's what gives us problems. This is why our blood pressure stays high. This is why we have kidney issues. This is why we have kidney failure. This is why we end up on dialysis, because we already have sodium. The only people that need sodium in their bodies is white people. So when you see motherfuckers talking about, oh, get you some Celtic salt and just sprinkle a little Celtic salt in your water for minerals. We already have that. They're the ones that are lacking those minerals, not us. And the thing about it is, our doctors knew this. But how do we become a medical gold mine if they tell us what not to do to stay healthy? How do we become a medical gold mine to them? How are they able to create these whole industries on our Black bodies being sick if they tell us what we need to do to be healthy? You trust them too much. You put your life in their hands and they betray you every fucking time. Because the most basic thing they could have said to our Black asses is, don't ever eat salt. Not monitor your salt usage, not salt in moderation. Don't you ever eat salt. Boom. Whole industries wouldn't even exist. Yet what did they do? Work lockstep with food corporations. In lockstep. So now all of your cheap processed food is what? High in sodium. Then you live in a food desert where you barely get any fresh foods. So you got to shop at the goddamn Family Dollar or the Dollar Tree or Dollar General or whatever the dollar shit is. So now all your shit is coming out of a can. Or it's frozen. Go and turn it over and look at that sodium content. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why you're getting kicked off. I know our internet didn't work yesterday. Like most of the day. Yes, please. Watch what happens to your body when you stop eating salt. Just watch what happens when you stop eating salt. Altogether. What is immediately going to happen is your body is going to release all of that water weight. The reason that we have salt in our kidneys is to hold on to water, because over the 400 years we were enslaved, we were dehydrated. So in order for our bodies to adapt, our kidneys had to change to whereas it increased its sodium so it would hold on to water for fear of dehydration. So 400 years of starvation and lack of fresh water, and the fresh water being rationed out to us, our bodies adapted and said, prepare yourself to be without fresh water. This is what the evolution of all of our bodies go through over centuries. It adapts to our situations. It adapts to our surroundings. It adapts to our environment. It adapts to what you're putting into it every day. So we went from eating fresh everything as the Afro-Indigenous of this country to now being forced to eat a bunch of carbohydrates that our bodies can't process because that's just straight sugar, which we never process that. And then secondly, we're eating salted meats because they salted meats to preserve them. Why would we need to salt meat if we already had fresh meat? Where do you think the tradition of salting meat to preserve it came from? Motherfuckers on a boat, sailing on a boat for months to get to their goddamn destination, has to preserve their meat in salt. We were not preserving anything because we could go out and just fucking fish or hunt. They were on boats eating preserved meat for months on a boat, sailing around aimlessly in the ocean. This is not something that we practiced here as the indigenous of this country. That is something that was forced on us by the colonizer. So when I talk about these foods tomorrow, I'm just gonna go down there. I'm just gonna go down there. Many dishes, I asked, it's the food dishes that were fed to the slaves on the plantation that blacks adopted is the food that was fed to us on the plantation is what we adopted as soul food. Yes, many dishes now celebrated as soul food began as scraps, starches, and offcuts that enslaved people were forced to invent into edible meals on the plantation. Over centuries, these survival recipes were seasoned with memory, music, and community until they became a proud cuisine. From ration to ritual, the lowliest ingredients. Then it breaks down what these ingredients are. Also, something that y'all need to understand too is in our soul food cooking, there was this lane and then there was that lane, right? But a lot of this history will muck our shit together. They will muck the Afro-Indigenous with the African. So they always want to trace soul food back to our roots in Africa. So when I was listening to that video today, I had to comment and talk in that video because they were saying shit like dandelions were important. No, dandelion greens are indigenous to North America. They were not brought here. Pigs were not indigenous to Africa. They were here. Actually, they were brought here by them. What was indigenous to us? Turkeys. This will explain why my blood type is AB. Blood type AB is only 400 years old. Blood type AB originated right here in North America. Buffalo, which is bison, venison, turkey, rabbit. Those things were indigenous. And then we have the fish and the seafood. We were eating that shit fresh. We were not putting it in salt to preserve it for leftovers or long trips. We would go out and kill what we needed to eat today. Pick what we needed to eat today. We were not, leftovers did not exist. I'm going to give you an example. Slow simmered, what the enslaved cooks did with it. So slow simmer, oh wait, I'm not at the right place. Plantation handout, collards, turnips, and mustards. What enslaved cooks did to them. Slow simmered with a ham hock or smoke and protein, right? And then it ended up being a modern soul food, which is pot liquor greens. Okay. Then you got pig ears, pig feet, and pig intestines. What did we do with it? Scoured them, boiled them, then fried to kill the odor or add crunch. Do y'all know that Asian people fry chitlins? I just saw that on a cooking show. I love Asian cooking shows. They fry them. So those are chitlins. Neck bones, hog jaws, and tail. What do we do? Braise them into beans or peas for depth. That made beans and rice and hoppin' john. Then you got cornmeal and pork crackling. Now, mind you, the three sisters is beans, squash, and what was the other one? Corn, maize. Not corn that we see today, but maize. And back then, maize was a protein-rich, complete protein. Corn. The corn we have today, they took all of the nutrition out in the 50s. So the corn we eat today has never had any nutritional value since the 50s. So those three sisters, those three things that were indigenous to this area were complete amino acids. Hold on, let me read it to you. They were complete amino acid package. The whole, that's all our bodies needed. The three sisters, an indigenous gift basket, corn, beans, and squash planted together in the same mound creates a nitrogen fixing bean that feeds the corn, and then the corn stalks become bean poles and squash leaves shade the soil. This produced a complete amino acid package and a permaculture micro farm. But we're low IQ. Hold on. Haudenosaunee, Cherokee, Creek, and Seminole, and dozens of other nations turned the trio into the Three Sisters stew, which is hominy, tepary beans, and squash broth. Also, bean bread, corn dumplings, and succotash, which is corn and shell beans and squash or berries. All were naturally gluten-free, high fiber, low glycemic, and seasonally fresh. So here is where the Africans fit in, right? We had all this fresh food. This is what we were doing. But in Africa, which I lived in Nigeria for 2 years, in Africa, they are all about the stews. They are all about the one pot stews and stewing them for hours to make these soups. Like everything over there is a soup. Everything's a soup and a stew. Okay. So when they imported these Africans and they started mixing in their culture with our ingredients, this is where we end up with soul food. Those two different cultures melded together to create the base of soul food. So, African one pot science arrives. Because before this, we weren't doing this. Enslaved West and Central Africans brought palm oil, okra. I'm going to tell you right now, I love some fucking okra soup, and I might have to pull out some okra soup in the next couple of weeks. Okra bene, which is sesame, hot peppers, millet, sorghum, black-eyed peas, watermelon, and the flavor principle of slow simmer everything in one pot until the spirits mingle. Oh my God, I love okra soup. And growing up, I could not stand okra because I couldn't stand the sliminess of it. But when I went to Nigeria and learned how to properly make okra soup. So the techniques, building the base. It's actually a natural thickener. And it's also good for your high blood sugar. Okay. I came on late. So the technique, building the base. Everything in Nigerian soups starts with this base: onion, tomato, and pepper, the holy trinity. Okay. So they cut up red onions or purple onions, whatever you call it, whatever you want to call it. Hot peppers or bell peppers. Well, they have different types of little peppers. It's not just straight bell peppers, but us will be bell peppers, right? So they'll have Scotch bonnets or the different types of peppers, poblanos and things like that. And then, so that's the holy trinity of a Nigerian stew. Then using I can never say this word, but it's like a mucus. I'm going to spell it out. Mucilaginous. Either way, what it means is okra is a natural thickener. Okay. So using okra to thicken the stews the way indigenous cooks used squash puree. Okay. Okra is a natural thickener. Our indigenous people, before encountering the Africans, were using squash puree to thicken our stews. Okay. So the two continents solving the same texture puzzle. Smoking or drying the meat and fish first before cooking it. That's an African thing. Then adding to the pot for an umami depth and a preservation habit that doubled as a flavor bomb. When you go and look at Nigerian stews, they're all the time using dried fish or dried meats, dried shrimp, dried fish, That's African. Okay. So Afro-Indigenous fusion on the ground. Hi, Claret. Thank you. In the quarters, cooks swapped ingredients but kept each cultural logic. So the African twist, the Afro-Indigenous dish, okay? So the indigenous element is corn porridge. Let's just use that as an example. The African twist is millet. If millet is unavailable, the Africans would use cornmeal. And you just keep stirring it. So it's like cream of wheat, grits. The texture of grits. Okay. Afro-Indigenous dish was born. Hominy grits, corn mush seasoned with salt pork pot liquor. That goddamn salt pork. That's why our blood pressure is high. That's why our kidneys are fucked up. Then you have beans and squash. You add okra and smoked neck bones, the African twist. And the indigenous dish that it became was okra succotash. And that okra succotash became gumbo. So when the roux is later added, it took a French twist. So gumbo wasn't really gumbo until it hit the French, the Creole. Okay. Then you had the pepper, vinegar, splash, palm oil finish. Well, this is in the fresh greens. So they would take a pot of greens. The African twist was to add pepper, pepper vinegar splash, which is a spicy vinegar, and palm oil. You know how we'll boil smoked turkey to get that little bit of oil in it, or we'll add some olive oil to the pot to add a little bit of oil to the greens. They use palm oil. Okay. A lot of soups in Africa are used with palm oil, right? So then you got a pot of mixed greens. They were not only medicinal, but they were spicy and they were shelf stable. Okay. Because corn and millet are not the same thing. And the corn that was back then was a different type of corn than this GMO corn that you're eating today. The corn that you're eating today has been genetically modified. That is not maize. Two totally different things. Two totally different things. Then you wild turkey or possum. Wild turkey or possum. The African twist on that was to parboil it first. That is the African method. Then roast it over wood embers. Let me tell y'all, when I was living in Nigeria, they had bought these 2 cows, and those cows were they were outside the gate, but where the cars go. And I'm like, what are these 2 random ass cows doing out here? And they were like, oh, it's for Ogun's father's funeral. When they have funerals, it's a party. They're sending out invitations to the funeral. You know how you'd be sending out invitations to a wedding? That's how they treat funerals. It's a party. Everybody's coming. Everybody's eating good. Everybody's drinking. Everybody's dancing. Everybody's partying good. So they had these 2 cows for the funeral. So I went out to do my business of the day. I had stopped and got a burger on the way back home to have for dinner. And when I came down that street, there was a big black cauldron over fire, and there was a big ass cow leg sticking out of it. And 1 cow was left. I was like, because they had been there for like 3 or 4 days, and I just see him, hey, bye, cow. I immediately gave that burger to the houseboy and was like, enjoy. No, thank you. And then the other cow was standing there shitting, just shitting. You just watched your friend get chopped up and put in a cauldron. How are you not shitting everywhere? When you know you're next. Talk about stress. Fuck. I would want to go first because I don't want to see that. Take me. Take me first because I want to see that. Poor cow. They're put there for eating. So you parboil it first and then you roast it over wood embers. That's the African touch. And then that became the barbecue pit style cookery. It has a possible Hausa roots because they call it baba cake. So barbecuing is not white people's doing either. When they think of things that are uniquely American, they will say barbecuing. And that's also a lie. Hausa is a group of Nigerians at the northern part of Nigeria. That's a tribe. They're mostly Muslim. They are Muslim. I'm not going to say mostly. Okay. So nutrition and resistance strategy. The three sisters alone give a complete protein and complex carbohydrate plus vitamin A and C. Adding African dark leafy vegetables, which is amaranth and sorrel, and then oily seeds like sesame and peanut boosted iron, calcium, and healthy fats. And a diet that combated malnutrition and hidden hunger inside of slavery. One pot service meant enslaved people could feed a large group of people quickly, hide extra portions from the overseers, and keep African communal eating. Everyone dips from the same bowl alive. Those things are distinctly African because everybody washes their hands and everyone eats from the same bowl. Legacy on today's table. Low country red pea stew with corn dumplings equals three sisters plus African pepper base. Hoppin' John is rice and black-eyed peas marries Carolina gold rice, indigenous wetland tech with West African bean stews. Soul food gumbo layers okra thickener, which is African, plus roux, which is French, and file powder, which is Choctaw, a tricultural pot that still honors the original Afro-Indigenous marriage. So the African gift of one pot stewing did not erase the three sisters' freshness. It braided flavors, nutrients, and resistance stories into a single sustaining cuisine, Afro-Indigenous eating that still feeds movements, families, and memory every time a pot is stirred. That's your history lesson of the day. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. So fascinating. I'm having a ball. I am having a ball. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We have all this information. I'm so excited that every single day we are learning more and more and more about our history. Can never be erased, boo-boo. So the books are out there. All of your Life by Type books are out there. Please get started on this journey, okay? If you want to save your life and change your health for the better almost overnight, click my link and get the foods list, get your cookbooks, get your Life by Type guide, health guide, and get the hidden cost of being Black in America. Okay. Understanding allostatic loads and its impact on our health. Why we get sicker, younger, and die earlier. The science behind health disparities, and connecting racism to heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, and kidney disease. You need to know where this illness is coming from, and it begins with the trauma that still lives in our nervous system. And I promise you that once you have this information, and once that information gets into your body starts healing itself. I feel lighter every day. The more I learn, the lighter I feel. So I'll be back again tomorrow, I think. I have a lot of shit to do. I have some crazy shit I'm cooking up right now. I got some crazy shit that I'm cooking up right now that's going to solve a lot of our problems. A lot of our problems. We're not going to deal with this bullshit anymore. We are not going to be censored. We are not going to be fucking restricted. We are not going to continue to live in these motherfuckers' boxes. Just give me a week or less. I'm so excited. Okay, I gotta go. I really gotta go. Because I gotta go eat something and I gotta get back to work on the new book and the new project. So I will see y'all back again tomorrow. I love you. Bye. Bye, YouTube. See you tomorrow.